Hey, baby walk. Hey, trans woman. Welcome. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, it's so good to see you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me just do this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Good to go. Good to go, folks. Good to go. Late night TNI streams, nice. KPS on Twitch. Hey, Rum. What a shit fucking Iran deal. For who? Oh, you mean shit for America? Yeah. It's so good. I think it's we're gonna deep dive today on this deal. Yo, Roshan. Oh yeah, I did see this. Jared Kushner owns secret society dialogue per Wired. Oh. Jared Kushner, Elon Musk, Ted Cruz, Cory Booker, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and Ezra Klein are among those lists. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's crazy. Well.
So there we are.
Oh my goodness. Welcome in, everybody. It's a disaster. Hey, Lisa. Oh, America. America. Fuck yeah. Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah. Oh, Jen. America. Yes, I heard about Peter Thiel's secret group. If you don't already... Oh, Globus the Elder? AI leftist king on Twitch? Nice. Does AI news coverage and stuff? Nice. I will trans woman. Folks, we're going to start today. We're going to start today with the most depressed white supremacist in the world. Mr. Michael Clark. Look at his face. Look how depressed he looks. It's going to be good. We're going to deep dive the MoU today. We're going to deep dive the MoU, the MoU. Memorandum of Understanding. Oh my God, I forgot what an MoU was for a second. Hey, my clothes brush. Yeah. Let's go, Shiny. Oh my gosh. We're diving deep. And then we're going to go through a situation in BRICS that's pretty based. It's awesome. BRICS has invested in South Africa. It's actually quite a big deal. I'll go through that. In terms of equitable outcomes, it's a massive deal. And then we're going to go through EU migration, systemic racism with migration. EU just passed the law, and they started chanting in the EU. They started chanting, "Send them back," in the European Union after the vote was passed. I haven't seen that sort of brazen racist rhetoric on display. It's sick. But we'll start off with this. We'll start off with Iran. Some incredible information. We've got a lot to go through today, folks. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Coco Millie. Hey, Jen.
Globalized intifada.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
My body's ready.
You. Aye, aye, Captain.
My body's ready. My mind is ready. Michael Clark, tell us what's up.
On day 110, a lot of people think that this war may be at the beginning of the end. It probably is only the beginning of the end. It may have a little way to go yet.
I should do that. I should do that segment with "This is the end." My only friend, the end, with the Doors. Like, look at him. This is the beginning of the end.
But an end is in sight. On Sunday, President Trump's 80th birthday, nothing was actually agreed, but a memorandum of understanding has been in circulation ever since. The Americans haven't released a version of it, and it may be signed tomorrow or perhaps Friday. But there are other versions going around, and those versions all agree with each other. They're going around in the Arab world, and Bloomberg has put out a version of it today. I think the Americans must hope it isn't the final version, because it's very unfavorable to America.
Michael.
If the version that is out there now is the final version, then everyone will ask, what was this war really all about?
It's the final version. It's the final version. Do-do-do-do. It's the final version.
They don't know what the they're doing.
It contains a page and a half, 14 points. In brief, those points are: one, an immediate ceasefire, but the ceasefire must apply to Lebanon. Another element is that there will be a gradual loosening of all of the economic pressures on Iran. A third element, all of the nuclear issues, all of them, just go into a future negotiation. And not least, there is to be a $300 billion fund for Iran to help reconstruct the country. Nobody's clear who will pay for it. President Trump has already said, we're not paying for it. It's not clear who will. So if this is the final version, it looks like something of a real political defeat for the United States. When we see the American version...
No, Michael. Michael, this is where you're wrong. This is a political defeat for the West. For the West.
MoU, then we'll know. The most important thing in the MoU for the rest of the world, of course, is the Strait of Hormuz. And what the MoU says is that the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened gradually over a period of 30 days.
Septimus.
And that's important. It will be a gradual reopening because there's an awful lot of clearance to do. There's so many ships now caught on the wrong side of the Strait of Hormuz that to unwind that confusion will take some time. It will take some weeks, probably months,
I can't surf
before
good.
the oil transit gets back to normal, if there are no other problems in the Strait of Hormuz. In reality, the straits have been less than complete, and the blockades have been less than complete. Sky's Data and Forensics Unit has already tracked 4 particular tankers, 3 of them fully laden.
Do you sense the desperation in his voice? It's like he's trying to will Western civilization back into global hegemonic status with his depressed tone. There's like this underlying, he just wants to do the "this is Sparta" kick on some brown or black person.
Leaving the Iranian coast towards the open sea. Now, the area that they might have gone to load up is Jask. There is an oil terminal at Jask, not a very big one, but it's the only place you can load oil. Why are they going from there? Chances are they're not. They may have come through the straits. They might have gone to Jask. They probably had their transponders turned off until they got to that point, and then, this is why we tracked them, then they turned their transponders on. Why is this important? Because it shows if they've turned their transponders on and they're going now for the open sea, they probably feel confident enough, Iranian tankers, that the Americans will not intercept them. They'll not seize them. They'll not try to turn them back. That's an indication.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it's the final countdown, Michael. Michael, it's the bloody final countdown, bud.
Indication of confidence on the Iranians' part. But there's a bigger issue here too. Remember what we said about the MoU, the peace deal. If that MoU is what it says it is, there's an immediate ceasefire and it must apply to Lebanon. If there is a breach of the ceasefire in Lebanon, if Hezbollah starts sending rockets into northern Israel, if the Israelis respond, as they've said they will, by attacking into southern Lebanon again, even more by attacking Beirut, the Iranians could block the Strait of Hormuz within a couple of hours. It would only take a couple of missiles, a couple of drones to fire at any ships passing through. It takes about 8 hours for any ship to pass through the Strait of Hormuz itself. And that could be a very nervy 8 hours if there are any drones being fired. It wouldn't take much to block the Strait of Hormuz again. So we could imagine that the Israelis are actually hostage now to the Strait of Hormuz. If the Israelis, in the view of the Iranians, if they misbehave themselves, the straits may close for a day. Then they might open again. Then they might close again. You can imagine the Strait of Hormuz opening and closing and opening and closing as a pressure point until the Iranians feel that they're getting what they want out of this 60 days of negotiation with the Americans on all of the nuclear issues. In reality, this takes us all back to before the bombing started, before the...
Hey! We got the Ghanaians, baby! The Ghanaian football team! I got some great videos for you guys later. I got some great videos for you guys from the football later.
I was thinking about the essay talks a lot
to that situation, but it's worse. It's worse than it was then because the world has suffered. The Strait of Hormuz is a pressure point, and I cannot believe that the Iranians will not continue to use it. In 1869, Mark Twain famously said,
"Oh, he's quoting Mark Twain! He's cooked, chat! He's cooked! He's studying! He's quoting Mark Twain,
so
chat!" You want me to be more quiet? Don't close the door, please. Chat, he's quoting Mark Twain. This is really the end.
That war is God's way of teaching the Americans geography. Well, I suspect that this war will be a continuing lesson in geography for all of us.
Oh damn! Oh wait. We've got another segment by Michael Clark. Just wait. We've got another segment by Michael Clark. Just one more.
Yeah, well, that's life.
Life? Don't talk to me about life.
You follow a detective.
I think that door just sighed.
Ghastly, isn't it?
Oh,
All
Michael.
doors in this spaceship have been programmed to have a cheerful and sunny disposition.
Yes, I think Michael Clark is Marvin, okay? That was the shtick. Michael Clark is Marvin. Michael Clark is basically Marvin. Hey, Summer. Okay. Who's ready to listen to Donny Boy? Who's ready to listen to Donny Boy? Who's ready to listen to Donny Boy? Oh, this is so sweet, everybody. This is so sweet. It's sweeter than honey. It's sweet. It's so sweet. It's sweeter than sugarcane juice. It's sweeter than sugar. Oh, my gosh.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't
This is
hear
so
you!
fucking sweet.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Oh, my
They
gosh.
don't know what the they're doing.
I want to be a good boy.
This is music to my ears.
But I just want to say that the relationship has been outstanding. He's a man. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a lot of press. That's good. We had a great event. This was something very special.
Prepare yourselves, everybody. This is oh my gosh.
And I want to thank
Sipix,
President
thank you
Macron,
for the follow.
Bridget, his really lovely wife, fantastic person, for welcoming us to France for an extremely successful G7 summit. I would say it's one of the most successful. And this meeting could not have come at a better time. On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran
The Strait of Hormuz, see?
from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%.
It was never about them acquiring a new nuclear weapon. It was about regime change. Okay? It was about regime change. He wanted him to change. He wanted to change the regime.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
Guys, if you guys like buy into this Candace Owens thing that Macron's wife is a man or something, like, please grow the fuck up, okay? Grow the fuck up. Also, if Macron's wife was trans, it wouldn't matter. Please stop. Please stop.
At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would
The Dow, folks. The freaking Dow.
go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal.
Yo,
'Cause
Battlefield
he was
Joe.
a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past
Hey,
2
Marit.
days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers, as you saw. Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, you know, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else.
$200 million worth of bombs. He's lying, everybody. It was a shitload more than 200 million, I can tell you that much. They drained their bombs.
And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders, but they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think.
Look at Lutnick. Lutnick hasn't blinked. Lutnick hasn't blinked. Oh, this is the funniest fucking shit, bro. I've been waiting for this since the beginning. Okay, I've been waiting for all of this. The fucking the tour of embarrassment. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so good.
They're far less radicalized, and I think they're really Good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone.
Hey, Amy.
Their third
Start
set
your
of leaders
engines.
a little bit gone, but for the most part. And frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life.
Lutnick is so fucking embarrassed. He's on Epstein Island.
That they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down.
Like a rocket ship, everybody.
The stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage other than...
Like a rocket ship. Like.
Oh, dear. I was going to say, like Lutnick's Willie when he sees kids.
Me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big.
I tell you what, folks, it shot up. It shot up like my toadstool when I see a 12-year-old.
Tells you something. And you know, I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great, and some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not want to be was
market manipulation,
the late, great Herbert Hoover. I didn't want that, and who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen, so the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, the heads of countries.
Only a fucking moron will talk about the market as if it's a sentient being. Lava, the one thing you need to understand about capitalists is, especially the capitalists who say that they're atheist, they're not. Because their God is the stock market. They believe it's a sentient being. For them, the stock market is God.
They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan. Him and Bridget, they did a great job.
Donny Boy seems to be... Capitalism is rooted in Christianity. I don't think so. Maybe. Donny Boy seems to be enriching some uranium in his throat.
Yeah, but
yo, Mr. Tom Tom.
They love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2-3 months, maybe.
Calamity,
weeks,
welcome.
Could be another 3 months, could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion, they don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people.
Is Trump whimpering? Do I hear some whimpers?
But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens, it's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something, 95.
I would say, Lava, less a connection with capitalism and more a connection with exploitation. So very strong historical connections between white Christian ideology and exploitation. Capitalism itself is about exploitation of labor. So, yeah, I mean, I think there are links for sure. There are links for sure.
5%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane, and we followed him. And in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack.
It's funny how all of these authors link capitalism to Christianity, but they never linked it to, white supremacy. They never linked it to like European colonization. I don't understand that. It's unless they did and I didn't know, but I would say that it's more linked to white supremacy than it is to any one religion.
All set the night before the attack. They informed me they didn't want to do it, so I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it, but it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. That was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on almost a month before. He only traveled on commercial airliners, the big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. He's very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane. We followed him. And then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also
Marco Rubio has ridden so much Republican dick. Okay? Has been riding so much Republican dick. And he's thinking to himself, how the fuck did I end up here? Behind this turd of a human being.
Pete Hegseth.
Look at his face. He's like thousands of dick. I rode so much dick just to be here. What has my life come to?
General Raisin Kane was phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to him, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sure. If you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. We'll do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen, the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years.
How fucking long did this guy talk about Soleimani?
I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. Nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was he did the JCPOA. He loaded up a plane with $1.7 billion in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry when I watch the Democrats. They talk about it all the time.
You don't see what immigrants have done to Europe? Bro, have you seen what European immigration has done to the global south? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you stupid? Get out of my chat. Go to the fucking Nazi chat, bro. Swipe a couple of times. There's a Nazi dick riding chat. Nazi Hitler dick riding chat that you might enjoy a little bit more than this.
Time we had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them legally a nuclear weapon. And if that happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi.
Critical.
You don't have to knock down
Buddy,
the building.
do you not understand what Hitler was trying to do? Hitler was trying to deport the Jews, dumbass. It was all about immigration, you stupid idiot. Get out of my chat. You're not going to get any time on the mic here, buddy. Get out of my chat.
Every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner and he's the very small partner, and that's true.
Stupid idiot.
So he came to the country and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along.
I will talk about the EU. I will talk about the new European racist as European immigration rules. I will talk about the chant in the EU after the vote passed. Okay? All of it is fucking barbaric, white supremacist, white privilege on show. Okay? It was disgusting. And we will talk about it.
And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them. And he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel. And that's
Hey,
where it
Tracy,
stood.
welcome.
And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. You know, it was a short-term deal. You know, with countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years.
We'll talk
9
about it in a
years.
bit, Tracy.
This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store, the corner. You need hundreds of
Hey,
years.
not the
This was
one
a
welcome.
short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around.
Hey, girly sound.
But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. This deal was really dangerous, what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. You know, I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to, because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement.
This is why this moment is such a defining moment. Because all this psychopath wants to do is bomb and kill more Iranian people. Like, that would be his wet dream, okay? But he can't. He can't, because it impacts something a little bit more important to him than you know, being a racist psychopath, and that is money. Money is the thing that makes Donald Trump's world turn. And this is why what's happened right now is so massive, because Iran can grab him by the Hormuz at any stage. Iran can grab Trump by the Hormuz whenever it feels like it. And he can't do shit. That is the big fucking win here, guys. It's that leverage. It's that leverage that the US has lost, and it is the first fucking time. It's insane.
But then the second phase
Hey,
of that
Shanna.
was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put on the stairs of the White House going to the Oval Office, the black granite, it's rated 1 million years plus.
Holly, he's done a massive service to the world, though. He's done a massive service to the global South, because now the world knows the limitations of American imperialism. The world understands the limitations of Western hegemony and white supremacy. The world understands now. He's done a massive, massive solid for the global South. And yeah, whether it's the Hormuz Sea or, some other strait, you don't agree with bombing humans? Well, it must suck being I don't know if you're American or not, but it must suck being American, because America mass murders people like all the time. America's mass murdering people in funding the mass murder of people in Africa right now. Remember, America was founded on the genocide and slavery of millions of people. America is a genocidal mass murdering regime. So you saying you don't like bombing humans? Well, the global South has suffered at the hands of white supremacy and people like Donald Trump for over 600 years now. Over 600 years they've suffered. So yeah, I mean, none of us want to see anybody bomb anybody, but America continues to mass murder everybody. So until then, I think Americans should just stop lecturing the rest of the world about morality, honestly. Because fuck, if you live and make a life in America, you are part of one of the bloodiest genocidal countries in human history.
No marbles rated that. Marbles rated 100 years if it's outside. So these are granite mountains, and the B-2s came along and they hit those air shafts in the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon. They had a beam going right up everyone. Those
Hey,
guys
Decrepit,
did a
welcome.
job, and then they were criticized by certain members of the press, like CNN, for possibly not doing that much damage. And it turned out that the damage was far greater. Those mountains collapsed
Thank you, Amy.
right on top of
Hey,
everything.
Princess.
Nobody's going to get that for a long time unless we want to get it. We'll get it.
It was so funny. Like, I posted on LinkedIn. I posted about what did I post about? It was a post about the issues with how Iran has been treated in America, the Iranian football team, and an American lady, a white American lady, commented and said, "Oh, our founding fathers would be turning in their grave or some shit," right? And I was like, your founding fathers were slave owners, and George Washington. Hey, I said George Washington, Shiny. I said George Washington, not Thomas Jefferson. Okay. I said George Washington also had dentures with slave teeth. It's like, no, bro. They wouldn't give a shit about Donald Trump's leadership. You know what they would be astonished about? You know what they would be most angry about? The fact that black people have rights. That's who your fucking founding fathers are. They would be most pissed off about black people having rights. America needs like a rethink of its history, you know? America is a cesspool of like exceptionalism, misplaced fucking patriotism. Oh.
But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable. Not a lot of value. We'd like to get it psychologically, but nobody.
Where do I live? With your mother. I hate to say it, but the next part, trying to get the mainstream media to fully not capitulate to blind propaganda and then reassigning the blame to them seems difficult. But what do I do? What do I know? Yeah.
Nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered. But every area of that, if somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something, they can tell the name. They can give you a serial number. We can see things you wouldn't believe, the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade
in your mother's house
will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable.
What country do I live in? In your mother's house. It's a massive house because your mother's as big as a country. Oh!
Nobody's ever seen a blockade.
I just came up with that one.
It's like a steel wall.
I just came up with that one.
What happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger, but we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up, but we have the most. We have the most powerful, but we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years, they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. Really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you, but the other one is less willing to do it, and you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday.
You can sense a snowflake, you know? You can sense a little snowflake. I hurt this snowflake's feelings because I called America a cesspool. Look at that snowflake. Oh, are you scared? Are you scared to talk about? Bro, go lick your wounds. Go lick your wounds somewhere else.
Sunday will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So,
thank you so much.
But we're going to most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal, and they've been acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those were 2 very big hits. So importantly, Iran has agreed that they will neither produce nor procure a nuclear weapon. Neither.
By the way, I'm going to go through the deal. Hey, but this is also I've got this, okay? This is what the Iranians played. On repeat when they put Iran in a state of alert during the Iran-Iraq war. Okay, you guys ready? Hey, dear. That's what they're playing. It ain't a state of alert no more, Donnie. Donnie, you lost.
Produce, because originally they said, they talk about that they will not develop a nuclear weapon. And some people found it okay. These guys didn't, in all fairness, but some people, but I didn't like it. Said it won't develop. I said, what happens if they should buy? I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to sell, because whoever sells them a nuclear weapon will get nuked themselves. If they sold a nuclear weapon, only a few that could do it, they would be nuked. They wouldn't have that country long. So it's a very dangerous thing for somebody to do. But I wanted it in there. So it's develop, procure, buy, anything. And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when two drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And
they could behave better. Oh, shit. Okay, Tony.
Frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah.
Okay. It's kind of a bop.
On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell. So they'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it, so it's not
deep in the bowels. Everybody,
quickly, but we could do it.
It's deep in the Hormuz Sea.
Fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it, and if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots. That's all, and they'll be gone.
We'll hit them with Patriots. We'll just throw MAGA people at them. We'll shoot MAGA people at them. We'll hit them with the Patriots. Nick Fuentes first, then Tucker Carlson. Then we'll get Marco Rubio straight in the fucking cannon. We'll shoot Patriots at them. Lutnick, he's got a head like a helmet. He'll go through walls. He'll go through people. He'll go through mosques. He'll go through everything. We'll shoot Patriots straight at them.
And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. And unlike Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash and any relief they receive under this deal, they'll have to get based on merit. And it won't be from us. We don't have to give them anything. But some people may want to invest. Like, what are you going to do? Say you can never, ever invest in a country? I mean, it's pretty tough. I don't mind being tough, but it's pretty crazy. You can invest in a country. You can invest in any country you want, but you can't invest there. Well, they need investment because we did $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion worth of damage. So somebody's going to have to help them out. There's no guarantee about helping them out, and could be their neighbors will help them out a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, Amber just got me a cup of coffee, everybody. Let's go. Hype. Amber, this is for you. Hype. Hype. Let's go. It's an Iranian song. Amber's like, got to live with this. Nash.
But it's
Paki
a lot of
paki.
money. Almost nobody has that kind of money. That's the kind of damage that was done. But we're not investing any money. There was a fake story. There was a fake news story that got a man, a person, a good person. JD made a statement. It was a perfect statement. And they reported it in a very strange way. But that's why it's fake news, I guess.
He looks so angry. Amber came in straight away, pointed at Marco Rubio, and is like, look at that guy's face.
So we don't give them money. We don't give them any
Hey,
of
Chubb.
that. And what happens is
Queen
with
Amber
time,
has arrived.
If they behave, if they be a citizen
Salutations.
of the world, a reasonable citizen of the world. And I think this group, again, I didn't do this for regime change, but I think this group is regime change. I mean, hey, the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group, they thought they'd never be caught.
Oh, that was a big sigh by Lutnick. Check this out. Check out that sigh, everybody.
I mean, hey,
Huge.
the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group, they thought they'd never be caught because we never bombed during breakfast, but we bombed, and they all, 88 people. And I'm not proud of that at all. But the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too. And they were all gone. They were all gone.
Nice.
And then the third group, we've
My
been dealing
close
with
rush.
a couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier.
Mark Anthony, I can't play the video on TikTok because TikTok like immediately restricts my live if I play it.
I've had some easier ones. They're tough, they're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased very substantially, and the normal flow
I am streaming on Twitch and YouTube as well, so maybe you can catch it on there. You can see it on Twitch and YouTube.
of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile.
I want to just on this, okay? I just want to let you guys know about a thing that's happened, and we're going to talk about it a little bit later. We're going to talk about it after this segment, but I want to bring this up right now. He's talking about trillions of dollars, but this has happened, folks. South Africa secures $1 billion from BRICS Bank for urban infrastructure. Let me read that again. South Africa secures $1 billion from BRICS Bank for urban infrastructure. This BRICS is now starting to invest in its countries, into the countries that belong to BRICS. I don't think you understand. Maybe you do. Maybe I'm just, underestimating my chat here. I probably am. I constantly do that. I apologize. But BRICS is starting to invest. It's insane. $1 billion too. Okay, it's small fry, but it's something. They're trying to do something. And what a time to do it too. Donny Boy just fucked up the whole thing, and now BRICS is starting to invest. Oh my goodness. This feels like a great moment in human history, honestly. When white supremacy, when Western hegemony, when Western nations start to lose the influence they've had for so long.
Very tough, very smart, frankly. They have
This is the start of it,
primitive
though.
culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people, very good negotiators, but so are we. So rather than possibly going into a depression, rather than having your favorite president be Herbert Hoover, I was always the one I didn't want to be. I wouldn't have preferred Nixon, I wouldn't have preferred, there are plenty I wouldn't prefer, but the one I always thought of, Herbert Hoover, and he caused it. He raised taxes
Nice one, Mark.
too fast, and he raised interest rates too fast, all at the same time. And it caused the Great Depression. So I don't think I'll make mistakes like that. I lower taxes, I don't raise taxes. In fact, we just gave you the largest tax decrease, largest tax cut in the history of our country. So we'll be working on a parallel effort.
You can't be blamed for underestimating. We are products of the American education system. I'm glad you said it. But no, I was joking. I was joking. Oh my gosh. Oh, Joanne. Do you mean the Palestinian Jesus or the one white supremacists made up? Joanne just messaged and said Jesus is coming. Which one, Joanne? The blonde and blue-eyed one or the real one?
With the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the
Yeah, I'm asking you the question. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed one or the real one, Joanne?
conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about.
You know the Jesus from Palestine?
And support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said you shouldn't give them one. I mean, I have guys. I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart, sir.
Yeah, Michael. He's Jewish, so brownish, I presume. No, he's Palestinian. Notice you said $1 billion from the BRICS Bank. Yeah, bit by bit, Michael, bit by bit. That's how it starts. The dollar is still the most powerful currency in the world. But bit by bit, it'll get chipped away. It's always small steps.
You shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir.
First, it's like a loss against Iran, giving Iran $300 billion. And then Iran, tipping point is when you don't refer to the dollar anymore. I don't think the dollar will go away. I think we'll live in a multipolar world where white supremacy won't just be the default sort of operating system of the world, which is fine by me. I don't want to oppress anybody, Michael. You see how the first thing that white supremacists normally go to is like looking at asymmetry? Because white supremacists, what really bugs white supremacists is, or at least what white supremacists fear the most, is happening to them what white supremacy has done to the world. But that's not what I want. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want an equitable world for all.
It doesn't work that way, It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So the Gulf nations will address the non-nuclear issues. We'll be talking about the ballistic missiles, and we'll talk also about the terrorist proxies that they have. That we don't want that to happen. But I want to thank our partners in both Pakistan and Qatar. These people work so hard. And they knew him a little bit. In the case of Pakistan, quite well. In the case of Qatar,
I think in order to get an equitable world, though, you understand, right? There has to be justice. So reparations, all of these things, and immigration justice, migration justice in particular. And that will happen over time. But to white supremacists, it will feel like oppression.
Sort of at odds. And, Qatar was
Hey,
great
Anna.
because they are right next door. When I flew from that location to Saudi Arabia, I'd fly for 40 minutes, and I'd fly to UAE for 40 minutes. Two great leaders there, by the way. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the father's still alive, and he's fantastic, and the son is going to be great. He's going to be great. The Crown Prince and Mohammed at UAE is an incredible warrior. He was dropping bombs Last week I said, who the hell's dropping all those bombs? It was UAE. He's a good fighter, Mohammed. But every administration for decades has sought to get Iran to relinquish its nuclear ambitions, but the threat only got bigger. The words got bigger and bigger and stronger and bigger, and nothing ever happened. And Iran got stronger and tougher. If we didn't blow them up the first time and then blow out those weapons, they would have been unstoppable. This should have done what I'm doing and what I did should have been done years ago.
This is like the biggest, the largest cope you will ever hear, folks. The largest bit of cope. Oh, I just found this clip, everybody. I just found this clip.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages.
You forward.
Would have been much easier, much less firepower, but it wasn't. And again, I want to thank all those countries. And I want
Salam
to thank
Abdullah
Israel
family.
And Bibi Netanyahu. So obviously the breakthrough would not have been possible
Sloth.
without the unprecedented pressure the United States put on the regime over the past year and a half. But again, it started a long time ago. It started with the death.
Nah, I'm not in the US. I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand.
You
Aotearoa.
follower detected.
Miss Sparkle Bottom 80. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, everybody. Wow.
Soleimani. That was a big...
Oh my gosh, we're so close to like 3,700 followers on Twitch. Let's go. Hype it up, everybody. Hype it up. Follower hype train. Follow a hype train to this song. Oh my God, it'll be so embarrassing if I don't get a single follower with this hype train. It's okay though. It's okay. We're going to dance anyway. Let's go! Yeah, boy! That is such a bop, honestly. Thank you for the follow, Cheryl Jones, Mauchi. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Thank you so much, Carrie.
Deal. No president in history has ever been tougher on Iran than I have, and they know that. And by the way,
if they... You shared. You cared.
Oh my gosh, an anonymous gifter. 5 gift subs.
Gift sub detected. Sharing
Thank you
caring.
so
You
much.
Shared. You cared.
Thank you so much.
Gift
Welcome,
sub
everybody.
detected.
Welcome.
Sharing is caring. You shared.
Thank you for the 5-pack. Thank you so much.
They don't honor the agreement, or some things
Gift
aren't even
sub
mentioned in the
detected.
agreement. It's a memorandum
Sharing
of
is
understanding,
caring.
but we have an
You
understanding
shared.
of certain things
You
without
cared.
writing it. And if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back
Gift
to
sub
bombing them
detected.
until they
Sharing
honor
is
it.
caring.
You know, it's
You
amazing
shared.
what bombs can do. So I say it. The Obama deal was a road to a nuclear weapon.
Hey, that
and
Lins.
let's call it the Trump deal, was a wall for a nuclear weapon that the nuclear weapon could not get through. Nobody's going to get through it. We built a wall. They weren't going to have it.
The reason why he keeps talking about nuclear weapons so much is honestly because he just wants that to be the reason why he did what he did. 40 bits. Thank you so much. Marie, thank you. He really wants that to be the talking point, but I think people know that this was one of the largest fuck ups.
Hype train
Holy
detected.
shit.
We are chugging. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's go.
Oh, that one always gets me. Beautiful. Yeah, he just doesn't want people to... He just doesn't want... No one's buying it. It's so sad, bro.
And that's what we have right now. And it
He
says
just
very
keeps going.
clearly,
What a psychopath.
the most important clause to me, too, number one, the Strait opens, but that's much less important than the other clause number whatever, 5, 8, is a very strong statement that they will never have a nuclear weapon. And it doesn't say they'll have one in 5 years or 10 years. Or
Here he
20
goes
years.
again.
With Obama, they were able to enrich very quickly. This agreement now provides Iran with a historic opportunity. If they follow the path of cooperation, we'll have opened for
thank
them
you for the
their
bits,
country
Marie. Thank
will have a
you.
chance to survive. Now think of
Shiny,
it.
thank
they
you
have
for the
91
bits.
million people. People want me to bomb the bridges. Why don't I bomb? I already did because, they went back on one of their promises and I bombed their biggest bridge, the equivalent of that was the George Washington Bridge of Iran. But we bombed that bridge, you saw that?
Dude is an
One
idiot.
quick strike by an F-22, the most beautiful fighter jet ever made, by the way. In fact, we're ordering some more of them. We're bringing it out.
Subscriber. Welcome to the Noisy Crew.
Marie! Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Reeks of sensitivity. Welcome.
Because it's so effective. It's incredible. It's incredible. Well,
Yeah,
we have
he
the
is
greatest
admitting to war
military in
crimes.
the world. Those B-2
He admitted to about 2 or 3 war crimes in this. Links.
bombers are unbelievable. Who would have thought they could handle? Each had 2 because the flight was so long, but they handle 3 of the biggest, heaviest bombs, hundreds of thousands of pounds, and they handle them like they're nothing. It's amazing. And also,
Take
they're
care, Rip
undetectable. They
Haven.
flew into Iran, totally, think of it, totally undetected. Now, Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And
He
they
does
never
it
saw
daily.
them. 1 o'clock in the morning. They never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how the hell you get better. But as I expressed to the world leaders here this week, it's my hope that the peace agreement will be the beginning of a much larger deal all across the Middle East. We're very close. Look at the job we've done on.
Oh my gosh. Radio Free Cloud.
Mass gift subs detected. Thank you for bringing more people into the Noisy Crew. Your efforts are noted.
Radio Free Cloud. Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs as well. Oh, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome.
Gaza. Look at Hamas. Hamas has been very silent. You haven't read anything about Hamas, and we're trying to get them unarmed. They grew up with a machine gun in their hand. I think they actually, when they were born, they came out with a machine gun in their hand. So it's not the easiest thing, but they've actually behaved pretty well, considering this was not the lifestyle that they were taught to have.
Fuck,
But
man.
including an end
So
to all
racist.
Iranian aggression.
It's so
and not going
racist.
to be Iranian aggression, and an end to war and terror in Lebanon. So the
I hope you understand why I want American imperialism to be dismantled. Like, this is why. It's just so racist. It's so racist. It's so violent. It's so just dehumanizing. And Donald Trump is just Donald Trump is just a guy that speaks loud about it. He is a guy that's loud about it. But this is what American imperialism really is. Donald Trump just tweets it, whereas the other presidents do it under the table. But American imperialism is the same across the board. It is about exploitation, particularly of the global South, to enrich their own countries and keep oil prices low. It's fucking sick, bro. He talks about other human beings that they are murdering right now, and from who they're blocking food, who they're blocking medical aid, like they are nothing. You can only do that if you think you're better than other people. If you think you're supreme. This is what white supremacy is all about.
Lebanon peace is something we'll have to work on a little bit. It's a very small piece of the puzzle, actually, but it still makes a lot of noise. The big deal is the Iran deal. That's where the money is, where the power was. But they have Hezbollah, and you got to get that done one way or the other. We'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for The gentleman.
He has no regard for human life. American imperialism has no regard for human life, Michael. This is America. America, yeah, he's a dipshit who just says everything out loud and tweets. But this is what America is. This is what American imperialism is.
In that Syria, that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half.
Bringing more people into the noisy crew. Your efforts are noted.
Oh my gosh, Lisa, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you. Another 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Lisa. Hey, Sasha, welcome.
It's pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda. I said, well, I know one thing, a Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in, and Hezbollah's an enemy of his, and he'd go in, but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody. He'd just go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't. Maybe Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president is going to be coming, Prime Minister, President, going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man. Man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And
okay, guys. All right. Look, maybe we'll come back to that a little bit later, but the guy's a blithering idiot. So what we're going to do now is we are going to deep dive into the MoU, okay? We are going to do analysis ourselves of the MoU. I have got the version of the MoU from both the American side, the version that was released to mainstream media, and I've got a version by the Iranian side that was tweeted out by Ryan Grimm. Here's the MoU from Iranian sources. So we're going to do a deep dive, and we are going to try and understand what the hell this is. Okay? Are we ready?
Are we ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Hey, Nadia. Okay. Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America have jointly agreed in good faith on June 18, 2026 on the following. Okay, after all of this shit has happened, and when I think about, if there's anyone from Aotearoa here, and when I think about Te Tiriti o Waitangi and how there's a Maori version and there's an English version, and the English version, when they wrote the English version, it was completely biased towards the crown, like the crown getting all of the land in Aotearoa. Like, are we surprised that the crown did this? Are we surprised that the crown tried to fuck with the indigenous population? This is what white supremacy does. Already, look, there's already 2 versions of the MoU that was signed. There's already 2 MoUs, 2 versions already. It's so insane. And it's just been a couple of days since they've agreed on this. Man, the amount of lying and using deception, coercion, etc., the British Empire and European colonization must have used, can't imagine. The Islamic, okay, this is point number 1. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America and their allies in the current war, by signing this MoU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. Okay, that's strong. I think that's a very strong statement to say, okay, end the fucking war, guys. End the bloodshed. Let's move on. This is something that, is just not useful anymore. If both of them have agreed to that, fine. It's almost like they assume people won't research. Sadly, right, most of the time, yeah. 100%. Out of 44 people in his first administration, he was endorsed by 4 of them. Oh, look at this. We got a new email. Okay, point 2. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. I'll read that again. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Great. Perfect. Isn't that perfect? Don't meddle in our shit, I think is what they're saying. Don't meddle. Point number 3. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days extendable with mutual consent. Okay, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days extendable with mutual consent. So they're saying, yeah, we got to get through this deal 60 days from the signing of this agreement. So 59 days, 59 and a half days now. And they can extend it after 60 days by mutual consent. Point number 4. Immediately upon the signing of this MoU, the United States of America will begin the removal of its naval blockade and any disturbances or impediments against the Islamic Republic of Iran and will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. During this period, the traffic of vessels will be in proportion to the number of pre-war traffic numbers of pre-war traffic being restored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America further undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of the Islamic Republic of Iran within 30 days after the final deal. That's interesting. What do they mean by proximity, right? Like, I think that'll be discussed. I think that'll be discussed as part of the deal, what proximity means. Will that mean to remove U.S. bases from the Gulf states? Will that mean removing U.S. bases from Syria, Iraq? Like, what does proximity mean? Right? So I think that's a really important point that will be discussed in the next 60 days. Point number 5. Upon the signing of this MoU, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only. Okay, this is very, very important. Upon the signing of this MoU, listen guys, upon the signing of this MoU, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only. So are they saying that there'll be no charge for 60 days only, and then if the deal doesn't happen, the charge will come back? Or I think it's both, right? So I think if the deal hasn't been signed within 60 days, then they'll start charging ships again. And also the charge, I think, is reliant on what they decide in the 60 days. 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. Or does that mean the number of ships present in the Hormuz Sea? I think it's both. Economic instability clause? Yeah, exactly. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, and considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demining by the Islamic Republic of Iran will be instated within 30 days. The Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz, in discussion with other Persian Gulf littoral states. I don't know what this word is. What's littoral? Not literal, but it's like clitoral without the C.
Littoral.
Littoral refers to region along the shore of a body of water, such as an ocean, sea, or large lake. See, I didn't know this. Did you guys know this word? I didn't know that word. Sounds like... Yeah, Iran wrote that bit. Yeah. Definitely. In line with applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. So that's 5. Point 6. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed plan with at least US $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanisms for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of final deal within 60 days. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America. Okay, guys, when you read that bit, oh, thank you so much, Marie. Anne-Marie, thank you. When you read that bit, you got to understand, like, this is an insane amount of money. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive mutual agreed plan with at least USD $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of the final deal within 60 days. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America. So this is reparations. Hey, Krista, welcome. We can't afford this. Hey, Pinky. This is reparations. Lots of Trump hotels. Is this taxpayer funds? Looks like it, Lisa. I was going to say it's probably going to come out of the $1.5 trillion military budget, but I doubt it will come out of that. It's coming out of your 401k. 7. Enjoy not having healthcare. Point 7. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Oh my gosh, dude. There's not just a $300 billion reconstruction fund. Okay? It's not just that. It's also lifting of all types of sanctions. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, in an agreed upon schedule as part of the final deal. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America acknowledge the critical importance of the sanctions termination issues above mentioned and expressed their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Wow. Wow. Play the damn song. Play the damn song. This is so big. This is so big. This is so huge. honestly, this is something so huge. I never thought I would see it. I never thought I'd see it. The enforcement mechanism, Excalibur, it's called the Strait of Hormuz. This is why the UN is a good-for-nothing organization. The UN is a good-for-nothing organization because of this. The only way Iran can enforce this is by having leverage over the United States. And until now, the United States, Naziris, I get it. Taking a single dollar out of the United States is always pretty hard. So let's just wait and see how the negotiations go. But here's the thing, guys. If Iran didn't have any leverage, none of this would happen. The only thing that's got Iran to this stage is Hormuz. That's it. Without the Strait of Hormuz and the ability for Iran to stop 20% of energy, if it wouldn't have stopped 20% of the energy, none of this would have happened. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled, enriched material pursuant to a mechanism that will be mutually agreed upon in accordance with the schedule mentioned in paragraph 7, with the minimum methodology to be downblending on site under the supervision of the IAEA. The two parties also agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs, based on a satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. The final deal will confirm the provisions of this paragraph. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America acknowledge the critical importance of the nuclear issues above mentioned and express their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Oh my goodness. Excellent. In exchange, Iran gets to make Khamenei 30 years younger. Yeah. I saw a meme. I saw a meme on Facebook where Elon, like, they had the rich list. Elon Musk was number 1 and Khomeini was number 2 with his 300 billion. Oh, incredible. That was point 8, by the way, the nuclear enrichment stuff. I think that would have been the easiest paragraph for Iran to write. I think that would have been the easiest paragraph for Iran to write because I don't think Iran ever had the intent to make a nuclear weapon. So we're rebuilding the infrastructure to be able to turn it off later. Well, we'll see. I don't think they can turn it off this time. Where can we get the copy of a list?
There is a list.
I'll post the link in the chat.
There is a list.
Okay, that link is is from an Iranian source that was posted by Ryan Grimm, okay, from DropSite. So this is probably the most accurate version. We will look at the English version after this. Pending the final deal, so this is point 9. Pending the final deal, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America agree to maintain the status quo. The Islamic Republic of Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program, and the United States of America will not impose any new sanctions and will not deploy additional forces in the region. Bro, this is so huge, guys. This is so huge. How the fuck does this happen without leverage? The Strait of Hormuz was the weapon of mass destruction. It was the weapon of mass destruction. I don't think Iran was ever going to get a nuke, man. Like, point number 10. The United States of America undertakes that immediately upon the signing of this MoU and until the termination of sanctions, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, transportation, and etc. Oh my gosh! Oh! Do you guys understand how insanely huge this is? Euro, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my gosh. It will mark the end of the US empire. Guys, future historians will look at this fucking moment and go, Donald Trump's ego accelerated the decline of American imperialism, white supremacy, and Western hegemony. Right here, right now. This is what's happening. Incredible. One of the biggest, if not the biggest military shit show in the history of the human race. In the history of the human race. So let me read number 10 again. Let me read number 10. The United States of America undertakes that immediately upon the signing of this MoU and until the termination of sanctions, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, and transportation, etc. Wow. Oh, really? How did Iran win? They've got all of their sanctions on their oil trade lifted. They've still got control of the Strait of Hormuz. There is a $300 billion reconstruction fund, so basically reparations. There's also a withdrawal of U.S. troops from the proximity of Iran, which will probably mean the Gulf states. Lifting of sanctions. Like, this is... What do you mean sanctions lifted for their neighbors? There was no sanctions on their neighbors. The Gulf states didn't have any sanctions. Iran was sanctioned into the ground, and they still won. The United States... point 11. I'm not going to read from point 1 again, okay? Just wait. You have sanctioned me. Sanction G's nuts. Okay, the United States of America undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran upon the implementation of the MoU. Okay, so upon the implementation of this MoU, frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Do you understand what that means? That is, all frozen assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran and restricted funds will be released, implemented Dude lives in one of the whitest, westest countries on the planet, FYI. Bro, before 183 years ago, there were no white people here. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. This is not a white country. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during the negotiations. So basically, America effed up and the world is finding out. Iran won this totally. Yeah, I think America just fucked up so badly. It's crazy. Prof, welcome. Okay, I'm reading this again. Point 11. The United States of America undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran upon the implementation of this MoU. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during the negotiations. Such funds, whether retained in the original account or transferred, shall be made fully usable for payment to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America undertakes to issue all necessary licenses and authorizations accordingly. Yo, dope stick. Wait. What's Jane talking about? How is lifting sanctions a loss for the US? Iran has to get back on its feet. Okay, Jane, tell me one thing, okay? When has there ever been a war that's been won where the loser gets $300 billion and the lifting of all sanctions and the lifting of frozen assets and to remove the enemy military from the region? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you not seeing the same shit? Are you just being ignorant? Like deliberately ignorant? World War II, we rebuilt Germany and Japan. Yeah, bro. Germany and Japan are not allowed to have, until this year, they weren't even allowed to have a military. They weren't allowed to increase their military. What are you talking about? That was a regime change, Jane. That was a regime change. Japan got nuked, Jane. Oh. Jane. Yeah, Germany and Japan surrendered too. What are you talking about, Jane? Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah, we're going to get this sort of cope from, I think a lot of Israelis. I don't know if Jane's an Israeli, but maybe Jane's from America. Am I the IRGC or... Oh, guys! I got accused! Oh! We got an Israeli in the chat! She basically did the, are you Hamas? Are you Hamas? Okay, let's keep moving. Point 12. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this MoU and future compliance of the final deal. It doesn't matter that she's Jewish. That's not the point here. She's just one of those America simps. And, Israeli people are crashing out. It's got nothing to do with her being Jewish. Italian American Christian. I don't think your religion has anything to do with your cope, Jane. I think it's your white supremacy. 12. Point 12. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this MoU and the future compliance for final deal. Right-wingers love doing identity politics, but only ever utilize. Now, the biggest cope at the moment is these people are trying to figure out how they keep supporting Donald Trump, right? They supported him through his basically, being in the Epstein files more than Epstein. They've supported him through Stormy Daniels. They've supported him through the rape, the rape convictions. Now they're like, how the fuck do we support him through this? I mean, he's not forwarding white supremacy anymore. He lost. Now they're really starting to cope, because this was what white supremacy was supposed to be. It was supposed to continue to, keep winning wars or whatever. He lost to brown people. Yeah, exactly. Point number 13. After signing this MoU and subject, the fact that this Italian lady who comes from a long line of fascists, famous fascists like Mussolini, doesn't understand fascism when they see it is just fucking funny. The Islamic Republic of Iran. Oh, sorry. Wait. Yeah, 13. After signing this MoU and subject to the beginning of the implementation of paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this MoU, and the counting implementation of these measures, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America will start negotiations regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. Number 14. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding UN Security Council resolution. I feel like Jane is really coping here, right? Yeah, we know Jane. Trust me. This wouldn't have even happened if America had leverage. If America had leverage, America wouldn't be doing these sorts of conversations. America wouldn't waste time having conversations for 60 days if it truly had leverage. This is capitulation, Jane. I think you need to really understand that. This is capitulation. And you know what? It's not just me calling it that way. It's not just me calling it that. It's everybody. Everybody sees it. We're gonna go head over to. We're gonna keep analyzing this. Let's go to the New York Times and look at what the New York Times has for this. Okay, so that version there was from the Iranian source. We'll read it from the New York Times now. I read all of this before. It's basically the same. I don't really see much of a difference. I don't know why people are making a fuss about it, but there could be some legal differences. But each one of these what do you call it? Each one of these, holy shit, hold on. Let me just quickly find this because I can't remember where it went. Each one of these clauses has some commentary behind it as well. Where the fuck did it go? Ah, here we go. U.S.-Iran agreement text. This is the one. A look at the text of the agreement between the United States and Iran. New York Times reporters annotated the agreement, which a senior official disclosed on Wednesday. A senior U.S. official disclosed what the official said was the full text of the deal between the United States and Iran Iran to cease hostilities, open the Strait of Hormuz, and start nuclear talks. The text of the agreement, as read out loud on a conference call with reporters on Wednesday, is below. The official spoke on conditions of anonymity under ground rules set by the White House. Reporters from the New York Times have annotated the memorandum to understand with analysis of the underlying issues. Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have jointly agreed in good faith on such and such a date on the following. Yeah, what will happen what do you think will happen if the MoU is off, Jane? What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen if America goes, nah, actually, we're going to continue to bomb? What do you think will happen immediately? What do you think will happen? What do you think will be the first thing that Iran does? Not very smart, Jane. I have to say. More IRGC will be destroyed. There's 2 million of them, Jane. There's 2 million of them. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies. So this is paragraph 1. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war, by signing this MoU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. Jane, go finish your go finish your wine, and maybe you can swipe up, because you're kind of stealing oxygen right now with the stupidest takes. Like, maybe you can swipe away or something. The references to Lebanon here amount to remarkable rejections by the United States of Israel's concerns about the threat posed by Hezbollah. So the reference to Lebanon here amount to remarkable rejections by the United States. Okay, so this is what the person, Anton Troyanovsky said, okay? The references to Lebanon here amount to remarkable rejections by the United States of Israel's concerns about the threat posed by Hezbollah, the Iran-aligned militia group based in Lebanon. Israel has signaled it does not feel bound by any Lebanon-related agreements in the U.S.-Iran talks, but the language will give Iran the means to pressure President Trump over any future Israeli attacks in Lebanon and over Israel's occupation of what it calls a security zone in the country's south. Why? Jane, like, what you're saying is just cope, though. Like, I don't understand how you can be here and just say real, like, I'm reading the MoU and you're taking a very this violent position of wanting to bomb Iran again. Like, I can identify cope when I see it. This is not about opinion. This is just what's happened. We've been watching this for the last 2.5, 3 months, every day. It went from regime change to we didn't kill those kids to today we killed those kids, but we're not going to hold anybody to account, to we're going to get rid of their missile program, to no, they need missiles because their neighbors have missiles, to they're not going to have nukes, to actually they can still have uranium, to, you know, it's just on and on and on. And Jane, you're coming here after 3 months of this analysis and you're towing the Israeli line. You're towing the Iranian monarchist line, and you're towing a white supremacist MAGA line. And I just don't appreciate having a low value conversation like this, because it's not a different point of view. It's just racist and white supremacist. I don't particularly like to have these low quality conversations, especially after I've given you 10 minutes of time. You're still stealing oxygen, Jane. Be respectful in chat. Iran is not a race. No, but racism is about a structure of oppression built to oppress the global south. And that structure of oppression is very real today, Jane. And now you're just moving the goalposts again. Jane, I'll give you a warning, okay? If you say one more stupid thing, I'm just going to ask the mods to mute you. Okay. Let's see if Jane goes out with a bang. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to refrain. What would it look like if America won? Well, firstly, the bombing wouldn't have stopped, and there would be regime change. I think Reza Pahlavi would be there. I don't think the bombing would have stopped. I think America would be emboldened to continue the campaign, and it would fail again because of what happened. It would be very similar to an Iraq or Afghanistan, worse. So America wouldn't stop. American expansionism is the issue here. Israeli expansionism is the issue here. Israel would have been emboldened, and Israel would have continued to kill tens of thousands of people like they have in Gaza, like they have in the West Bank, like they have in Lebanon, like they have in Syria, like they have in Yemen. Enabling fascists is never a good thing. I mean, we learned that in World War II, didn't we, Jane? Okay. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. This might seem like boilerplate. So this is the analysis from the New York Times journalist. This might seem like boilerplate, but each country has been accused of attempting to meddle in the other's internal affairs, often violently. Mr. Trump openly called for protesters to overthrow the Iranian regime, and Iranian agents have been accused of attempting to assassinate the US president. Oh, brother. The funds will go to any beneficiary chosen by the Central Bank of Iran. Any beneficiaries equals Donald cuck to corruption, Trumpski. The mission was no nukes. Crazy. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. So this is what the Trump crowd will continue to push. Okay, Trump. This is why Donald Trump is starting to speak about the nuclear stuff so much, because like you can see people like Jane here. This is what's happening because they need a reason to say Donald Trump won. But that's what MAGA people will do. I actually think that's what a lot of liberals will do as well. Because they're also patriotic and pro-America. Patriotic and pro-America. They don't want to see America lose. And I think they'll spin it. They'll spin it. They'll spin it. They'll spin it. What America has done here, this impacts American imperialism in a way that no other war that America has fought has impacted it. Okay? This is so insane what's happened here. And I think we're just starting to realize the moment that we're living in. Not the liberals. I'll tell you why the liberals. Like, if you listen to the liberals right now, they're not angry that Trump. They're not angry that Trump they're not angry that Trump was bombing Iran. They're angry that Trump didn't win. They want the bombing to continue. They want Trump to continue to bomb Lebanon with Israel. So if you read the message of liberalism in America right now, they're laughing at him. They're laughing at him, but liberals want to continue. Like, listen to Hakeem Jeffries. Listen to liberals. Listen to Hakeem Jeffries. Listen to Chuck Schumer. Listen to most of the Democratic Party, who are now being voted out, by the way. Who are now being voted out. Liberals are being voted out. One by one, they'll be voted out. Remember that Kamala Harris also said that she was going to build the most lethal military. The most lethal military, right? And when asked who America's biggest enemy was, Kamala Harris said Iran. So please don't gaslight me by saying that liberals are not violent, because Joe Biden committed a genocide with Kamala Harris at his side. Let's not forget that. They killed tens of thousands of children. This is okay. Paragraph 3. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. This is a very short timeline. U.S. officials quietly acknowledged a final deal may not be achievable in this period, especially when compared to lengthy previous negotiations with Iran. But the ambitious time frame would place a potential final deal ahead of the U.S. midterm elections, which could help the president as his domestic popularity slides. I'm not a liberal, and yes, Joe Biden did commit genocide, yes. Paragraph 4. Immediately upon the signing of this MoU, the United States of America will begin the removal of its naval blockade and any disturbances or impediments against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. During this period, the traffic of vessels will be in proportion to the numbers of pre-war traffic being restored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America further undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of the Islamic Republic of Iran within 30 days after the final deal. Because guess what? Many of the Dems have investments in the war in general. Yeah, exactly. I thought you meant regular American liberals, not the politicians. The Dems that are pro-Israel are going to lose elections. Okay, America, I'm going to read you a paragraph from a book that I have. Let me just bring it. Give me 2 seconds. Wait, did I say book from a paragraph? I meant a paragraph from a book. And I wish I could search. Watching from Norway. Welcome, Ravenka. Americans, I need you to listen to this. Okay, here it is. Americans, listen. Truly, Monsieur Manoni, you are wrong. Okay, I'm going to read this. Every time we see an Arab with that hunted, evasive look of distress, draped in those long, ragged robes that seem to have been made for him, we tell ourselves that Monsieur Manoni was wrong. How many times have I been stopped in broad daylight by the police who took me for an Arab, and when they discovered my origins, they hastily apologized? We know full well a Martinican is different from an Arab. I would protest violently, but I was told you don't know them. Truly, Monsieur Manoni, you are wrong. European civilization and its best representatives are not responsible for colonial racism? ? Meaning that colonialism is the work of adventurers and politicians, and the best representatives keep themselves above the fray. But, says Francis Jensen, or Johnson, every citizen of a nation is responsible for the acts perpetrated in the name of that nation. Okay? Every citizen of a nation is responsible for the acts perpetrated in the name of that nation. Day after day, the system weaves around you its pernicious consequences. Day after day, its instigators betray you, pursuing in the name of France a policy as foreign as possible, not only to your real interests, but also to your greatest expectations. You pride yourself on keeping your distance from a certain order of things. As a consequence, you give a free hand to those who thrive in unhealthy atmospheres, a creation of their own behavior. And if, apparently, you manage not to soil your hands, it's because others are doing the dirty work in your place. You have your henchmen, and all things considered, you are the real guilty party. For without you, without your blind indifference, such men could not undertake acts that condemn you as much as they dishonor them. Okay? So you saying things like, look, it's not me, it's my government. That's more That's more evasiveness of the accountability that you have. To what's happening in the world right now. Either you start taking accountability for that, or, like Muslims didn't destroy No, it was the Saudis, actually, Patrick. And the Saudis destroyed your Twin Towers, and the Saudis had never got sanctioned. Nothing happened to the Saudis. It was Saudi Arabians who destroyed your Twin Towers. Why haven't the Saudis had any sanctions, Patrick? No, Muslims aren't a country, dipshit. Muslims aren't a nation. Idiotic, fucking racist prick. Neither are the Nazis. No, they're German, dickhead. Neo-Nazis learned from the Germans. Fucking hell. These people are just so idiotic, bro. Uneducated fucking white supremacists. Okay, anyway. Hey, Jennifer. I am a poor white American and I approve of your message. That's not my message, by the way. That's France Fanon. Hey, Space Junkie, welcome. Always remember, guys, we are all culpable. If our government is doing doing something we don't like and we didn't vote for the people who are in power, it doesn't matter. We belong to that system of oppression. Whether we like it or not, we are culpable. And we have to take accountability for it. And the way we take accountability for it is to use our privilege that the violence has given us to create a better world for everybody. Not to live in guilt and denial. Okay, let's keep going. Paragraph 4. I think I read the 4th paragraph. Hey, Mia. Oh, no, thank you. Paragraph 5. Upon the signing of this MoU, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, and considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demining by the Islamic Republic of Iran will be instated within 30 days. The Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf littoral, we read this bit, remember? Littoral states in line with the applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. Did Iran actually mine the straits? I think so, guys. I think Iran may have actually mined the straits. Or Iran is still saying that because they don't want ships to cross. Either or. The key line here is no charge for 60 days only. Yes, I agree. That is a key line. After that, Iran may be able to impose fees, which it never did before the war. In other words, the days of free passage may be over. That would violate one of the key standards described by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that commerce return to pre-war conditions. Here's the thing, though. I think it says no charge for 60 days only unless it's agreed in those 60 days. Like in the agreement, in the 60 days that's signed, if there is no charge, then I think that's okay. Oh my gosh. Somal, thank you so much. Thank you. Hey Mehdi, welcome. Paragraph 6. The 60 days can be extended by mutual consent. Yes, that's right. Okay. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed plan with at least USD 300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of a final deal within 60 days. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America. Insane. Huge. Mr. Trump on Wednesday insisted that the United States would not invest in the potential $300 billion reconstruction fund for Iran, but he appeared to leave open the possibility that Persian Gulf states could provide the money. It is a sensitive political issue for the president, given his constant criticism of President Barack Obama for shipping $1.7 billion in cash to Iran as part of the 2015 nuclear deal that Mr. Trump exited. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is one to watch, guys. It's obviously US cash. It doesn't have to be US cash. Well, yeah, it's US cash because it's US currency, but it could come from like the Gulf states reserves, right? Financial reserves. It could come from their reserves. So it might not be the case. It might not be the case that it comes authorized by the US. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, some analysts say this $300 billion will be more of an investment in Iran for Gulf states / companies. Iran is holding all the negotiating cards. Yeah, it's crazy. Iran definitely holds, like, I never imagined it would be this much compromise, this much capitulation. Stop talking to us about American politics. Talk to us about why y'all can't clean up the Ganges. Bro, Savage Life, I see in your country, like destitution. There's people on drugs on the streets. I think what you need to understand, Savage Life, is America's a shithole. You think you live in Shangri-La, but you actually shit and sleep in your own shit every day. Someone's told you that you live in like a first world country, but you actually live in a crapshoot. And you're telling other countries that they're crapshoots. Like, you live in the anus of the world, bro. Unbelievable. American exceptionalism, folks. When shit is being stolen by rich people from their own pockets, they still have the idiotic patriotism of a fucking 5-year-old. Even 5-year-olds are smarter than that idiot. Anyway. Paragraph number 7. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions. Have you seen Andor, Noisy? I have come late to it, but enjoyed the first season this week. I haven't watched Andor. Should I check it out, Lava? However, many Americans do see the trouble that we are in. Yeah. And America's building concentration camps at scale now, man. Like, it's scary shit what's happening to America. and it's slowly being taken in such a fascist direction. It's sad. It's fucking sad, bro. So many, like, even Native Americans are being arrested and being put in those concentration camps, you know? It's insane. America's the world's largest prison. Quite a relevant story in terms of what you're talking about right now. Nice. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, in an agreed-upon schedule as part of the final deal. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America acknowledge the critical importance of the sanctions termination issue above mentioned, and express their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Even off-duty cops have been targeted by ICE. Crazy. The POTUS budget request shows indigenous erasure. Yeah, it's telling Native Americans to go back to where they came from is wild. Yeah, exactly. Bloody bunch of immigrants telling the indigenous population to go back to where they came from is just the most white supremacist thing ever. Relief from crushing economic sanctions may be the only thing that can persuade Iran to surrender its nuclear program. This was the basis of the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, which traded sanctions relief for strict caps on Iran's nuclear activities. Those caps were limited to a maximum of 15 years. However, and Mr. Trump says he wants much longer or even permanent constraints on Tehran's nuclear program. A big challenge from here will be determining the agreed upon schedule that establishes what sanctions the United States will remove and when, as Iran fulfills its nuclear commitments. That will likely mean a gradual process in which the two mistrustful sides take alternative incremental steps. The Islamic paragraph 8. I don't agree with this. Michael Crowley here it feels like a little bit of cope. I would agree if Iran had no cards to play. I think Iran has a lot of leverage in these conversations. I think we've gathered that. It's just, you know, I think as much as America is trying to play this out as, you know, if Iran behaves well, we'll give them everything. This is an insane deal. No matter which way you look at it, it's the craziest thing. The agreement is clearly capitulation to Iran. However, I believe that Trump is preparing a trade here. He will let the deal fall apart, and 10 minutes beforehand, someone will coincidentally have placed billions on falling prices again. I don't know, man. If Donny Boy does that, I mean, more trust gone. If Iran had no leverage, I'd agree with you, plus 99, but Iran has real leverage here. And that is not something to discount. You mean a deal that Israel could never accept? Yeah. I don't think Donald Trump is going to be like... I don't think he can, honestly. Because the cost to the global economy is trillions of dollars right now. It's asymmetric in that way, right? Iran can impact the global economy more than America can impact Iran's economy, which is crazy to say, but it's true. Guys, I'm just going to use the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm pausing the live on TikTok. I'll be 5 minutes. Please stick around. I'm just going to use the bathroom, have a quick drink of water, and I'll be back, okay? I'll be back in a second. Hope all goes well. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be back. 1 sec, Twitch. How about I just play a bit of a track here before I go? Burb. Subroka! I'll be back. Welcome. Hello. Lava. Folks, we're back. TikTok, after a pause, usually it takes a little bit of time to get the live back onto the For You page. So get those heart me's in, get those shares happening, get those likes going, get those what are those things called? Those little TikTok heart things going. Yeah, the community hearts. Let's get the live back on the For You page. Let's go. Let's go, TikTok. All right. Let's get back into it. Thank you so much, everybody. By the way, been listening to your lives off and on since last year. Love your platform. Oh, thank you, believer in Christ. Thank you. Okay, let's get into. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. I appreciate comments like that. Like people make it a point to say stuff like that. It's so nice. It makes me feel really nice. Thank you so much. Okay. Paragraph 8, everybody. We're at paragraph 8. Prof. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled enriched material pursuant to a mechanism that will be mutually agreed upon in accordance with the schedule mentioned in paragraph 7, with the minimum methodology to be downblending on site under the supervision of the IAEA. The two parties also agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs, based on the statutory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. The final deal will confirm the provisions of this paragraph. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran acknowledge the critical importance of the nuclear issues above mentioned and express their intention to immediately address these issues in the negotiation in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Okay, I want to talk about this a little bit. Remember, guys, before... All good, Michael. Before Israel and America launched airstrikes on Iran, Iran was about to agree to this. Iran was about to agree to just this. And then they launched an attack on Iran. Okay, so I think this paragraph here, paragraph 8, would have been the easiest for Iran to write. I think it would have been the quickest one to just move on from. Because I think they already had this prepared. This is the only paragraph of the agreement that deals directly with the nuclear program, the core cause of the war. No, it's not the core cause of the war. Or it's the cause of the war that Donald Trump makes you want to think is the cause of the war. And thus is perhaps the most important. As expected, it is vague on all the main points of contention. As the word reaffirms suggests, there is nothing new about Iran's promise never to seek or buy a nuclear weapon. It first made that commitment in 1970 when it ratified the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Oh, thank you so much, Somal. Thank you. Soheros Somal. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and it repeated it in the opening paragraphs of the 2015 agreement with the Obama administration. The paragraph requires Iran to downblend, essentially dilute the approximately 11 tons of enriched nuclear material in its possession, including 970 pounds that are enriched to 60%, just short of bomb grade. But it does not require Iran to give up that material and ship it out of the country. Iran has resisted calls to surrender the stockpile, but it did exactly that in 2015 when under the Obama deal, it sent about 97% of Iran's stockpile at the time to Russia. That leaves a huge number of issues to be resolved in the next negotiation. Whether Iran will keep the nuclear material, whether it will have to shutter all of its major nuclear facilities, whether it will be allowed to continue enriching new material or suspend the work for something between 13 and 20 years. In a phone interview on Sunday, Mr. Trump said that Iran would also agree to a new, far stronger inspection regime. But that too needs to be negotiated. The reference to Iran's nuclear needs refers to Iran's insistence on retaining nuclear capability for peaceful energy generating needs, a way of keeping its nuclear potential alive. This to me is the thing, right? This is the one. This is the one. I think Iran looked at this and copied and pasted what they've written every single time. They really said core cause of the war. Yeah. Red Bob's cough. Crazy, eh? It's not the core cause of the war. We know it. We know it. It is definitely not the core cause, but this is what Western media is going to do, right? Paragraph 9. Pending the final deal, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran agreed to maintain the status quo. The Islamic Republic of Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program, and the United States of America will not impose any new sanctions and will not deploy additional forces in the region. This clause is an important way to establish a clear baseline for negotiations. It limits the most obvious ways the United States and Iran could continue jockeying for advantage in an effort to pressure the other side to make additional concessions. For Iran, maintaining the status quo of its nuclear program amounts to... Lewis Gamer, thank you so much for... Oh, you became a member. Lewis Gamer, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, IDF Kills Children. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh, you gifted a membership. IDF Kills Children gifted a membership to Lewis Gamer 9850. Nice. Thank you. Hey, Frost. Morning. Morena. Welcome. For Iran, maintaining the status quo of its nuclear program amounts to leaving its bombed nuclear facilities in ruins and its uranium entombed beneath the rubble of airstrikes. I think Iran can give a win to Trump on the nuclear stuff and still get what they want from it. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I'm the only one who can make this deal. Trump, somewhere, probably. Paragraph 10. The United States of America undertakes that immediately upon the signing of this MoU and until the termination of sanctions, U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, transportation, etc. This is insane. This clause in particular has triggered alarm among Iran hawks who have asked why Mr. Trump would even partially relax sanctions on Iran's oil industry, seemingly as a reward for opening the Strait of Hormuz. The United States would be trading away its most durable economic lever before the hard part of the negotiations have even started, wrote Maid Maleki, a senior fellow at the hawkish Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Yeah, so this is it, right? This is the one. I think this analysis is perfect. This is the one that people are going to hate because this is immediate. This is immediate. Right now, America's allowing Iran to trade oil freely. Iran is going to be trading oil freely without sanctions. It's so wild that MAGA thinks this is a win for America, man. It's so wild. Or I should say that MAGA thinks this is a win for American imperialism. Paragraph 11. The United States of America undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran upon the implementation of this MoU. This is the other one too. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during the negotiations. Such funds, whether retained in the original account or transferred, shall be made fully usable for payment to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America undertakes to issue all necessary licenses and authorizations accordingly. As written, the Iranians get access to their frozen funds, 24 billion or more, upon the implementation of this MoU. That suggests the money could start flowing very soon, before the follow-on agreement is negotiated. The proviso that they can be released to any ultimate beneficiary designated by Iran's central bank is critical because it could be read to mean Iranian military or intelligence officials or business entities on terrorist or sanctions lists could be among the beneficiaries. Yeah. How are people thinking that this is not a massive win for Iran? I don't understand. Paragraph 12. The United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this MoU and the future compliance of the final deal. Finalizing how a deal will be enforced is perhaps the most important part of any agreement. A U.S. official said the Americans want to make sure all Iranian commitments are verifiable. Are we avoiding the part where we seized a giant pile of cryptocurrency? I think that's part of the seized assets, Excalibur. That will be counted as seized assets, I would assume. Paragraph 13. After signing this MoU and subject to the beginning of the implementation of paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this MoU, and the continuing implementation of these measures, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will start negotiations regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. This paragraph is a good indication of how solid or tentative the various parts of the agreement are and underscores how Iran's nuclear program will be the primary focus of further negotiations. Paragraph 14. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding UN Security Council resolution. This is so important. So important because this is the way the West looks at things. Although the UN Security Council has been a laughing stock over the last 3 years in particular with the genocide in Gaza, this is the only way to sign off this agreement, whatever they agree to. The UN Security Council, in this case, has a role to play. The future agreement would get the what the fuck? How do I say this? Sorry, guys. These words, these legal terms always get me.
Imprimatur.
Imprimatur is a formal official declaration granting permission to publish a book or document. Okay, imprimatur. Imprimatur. The future agreement would get the imprimatur of the United Nations Security Council, as Mr. Trump's Gaza deal did last year. But given the gulf that still separates the Iran and U.S. positions on nuclear issues, some analysts doubt this day will ever come. The agreement makes no reference to Mr. Trump's responsibility to refer whatever final agreement emerges to Congress. Yeah, it won't be referred to Congress, in my honest opinion. Look, here's the thing. I think with America, with United States, the midterm elections coming, I think 60 days, Donald Trump will sign whatever ends up being there at the end of it. I do not think Iran feels like it's such a big deal to continue to have a civilian nuclear program only. I don't think they think it's a big deal, especially with all the benefits they'll get. They would have been thinking that America doesn't want them to have nuclear at all, but nuclear enrichment is still allowed under this agreement. So, yeah, man, this is just incredible in terms of how massive this is. Massive this is for Iran. I just think If you were winning, you wouldn't make these deals. If you were winning, you would not make these deals. And America has made these deals, so I don't think America is winning. Okay, we're gonna talk about the backlash that Americans are facing. There's actually a really good breaking points. Hold up. Breaking points. Iran deal. Ryan Grim. Okay. Trump lashes out. No, not that. Ben Shapiro meltdown. Oh, no, not that one. Hold on. Breaking points. I'll just go to this channel because they've been doing some analysis of all of the craziness that's happening. Oh, yeah, the hysterical freak out of Israel firsters. Let's go. Righteous giggles. Also, as a Muslim, nuclear weapons are a highest sin level. I see.
President Donald Trump is suggesting that if Israel is incapable of waging war in southern Lebanon without the mass killing of civilians, perhaps...
Counterpoint. How many times is Trump going to hear Trump lost this deal until he gets angry? I think what's going to happen, just like how Trump heard, Trump is a pedo so many times that he just bombed Iran. I think if he keeps hearing Trump lost this war, he'll just bomb Cuba or, start other wars. Try and annex Greenland.
A former Al-Qaeda leader should take over the task. Let's roll C2 here.
I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they'll do a better job of doing it.
The result in Israel, across the political spectrum and the media class, has been one of deep struggle. Let's roll a little bit of the John Podhoretz podcast.
Trump is now saying Bibi is indiscriminately murdering Lebanese, but the Iranians are nice. And they only want to help their...
I felt like I heard some music there. In any event,
Ryan had a vision.
The meltdown unfolded at MSNBC as well. It wasn't confined just to the...
By the way, this Emily, is she Emily? Is that her name? Emily is a bit of a lib too.
Podcast spaces. Let's roll the heartbreak from Tom Nichols
Salim,
here at
welcome.
C6.
How you characterize this kind of settlement other than the Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
Yeah, it's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here that the Israelis are now being held back. And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want in Lebanon or anywhere. But the fact is that if we focus on Lebanon specifically, it's not there's no deal.
Over on Twitter and Telegram.
It sounds like a ceasefire is a good thing, but no, we need to keep murdering babies and we need to keep murdering people, innocent people. Like, yeah, let's just keep bombing buildings. Let's just commit mass death and displace 1.5 million people. It's okay. It's okay, guys.
And they were not even letting the Iranians sleep here. Like they have to fly in and fly immediately back out.
But Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are negotiating with them simultaneously. And we're cutting a deal with them, $300 billion for economic development, unfreezing assets, lifting sanctions, and you can see why. The tears are flowing. No question about it. My question is...
By the way, can I just show you guys this? Because this is so important to me. This is so important to me that you guys see this. Why this is so important for African nations and for Middle Eastern nations, for Asian countries to come here, to go to the World Cup and beat or even draw with the colonizer, okay? It's so important. It's so important. I want you to see this. This is possibly the most amazing scene you'll see. Okay, so imagine this. You're in Portugal. You're the fan of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You and about 20 of your friends go to a live viewing surrounded by thousands of Portuguese supporters, former colonizers too, right? And current exploiters of your nation. And your country scores a goal to tie a World Cup match. Your country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, scores its first ever World Cup goal and ties the match. This is what it looks like.
Because there's a group of DR Congo fans there right in the middle, right in front of the screen. That's absolutely fantastic. It's a great header, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good timing.
Look at that, that's fantastic.
Both of the crosses were good. NATO's were not so. Pace on the
park. Because there's a group of DR Congo fans there right in the middle, right in front of the screen. That's absolutely fantastic. It's a great header, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you guys to listen to this beautiful moment. Let me just find it. Burundi DRC celebration. Okay, this is a refugee camp. This is a refugee camp in Burundi. Musasa refugee camp. An explosion of joy shook the Musasa camp in Ngozi province when the leopards found the path to the net. These are Congolese refugees. This is in a refugee camp. A moment of joy in all of the bullshit these people go through every single day, bro. They're in a refugee camp. And they get this moment. Oh, I'm so fucking happy. Honestly. There's also a really nice celebration here. Oh man. It's just such a great moment. Honestly. There's another in a building. Hold up. Let me just find it. Africans, man. Africans know how to celebrate, eh? Africans just know. They are... What a celebration it was too. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll try and find that video. But just note, this is what it means, you know? To these people who are, Cabo Verde as well. The fat guy's AI, right? No. That was in the AFCON, African Cup of Nations. By the way, guys, the rate of visa rejections for African fans who want to watch their nations compete in the World Cup is massive. America is rejecting African visas for African fans at a high rate of knots. They are not letting African people in. Okay? And even with all of that, they're watching this and they're celebrating. It's a stark reminder of how the West continues to weaponize its borders while stealing from countries. Take care, Anne-Marie. Take care. Continue to exploit these nations, but they won't let them watch their team play. The USA is racist. I agree. Very, very racist. It's just, oh man. It sucks that they're not let in, but the absolute joy of these countries drawing and getting a point. man, it warms the heart, folks. It warms the fucking heart. As a sports fan, as a person who lives for moments like this, who has watched, David Beckham's free kick against Greece to take them to the World Cup, who's watched Michael Jordan's NBA Finals winning shots, buzzer beaters, game winners, to incredible cricket innings, rugby tries. Just these sorts of moments stick with you. But the things that always are the best is watching the fans celebrate. For me, that is the best thing. Forget the moment. The fans celebrating for me is incredible. And man, the way African people celebrate and the way they're celebrating after there's been so much up against those African nations over such a long time. It's nothing like it. Nothing like it.
It's really the rallying around Trump that some of his biggest critics in the last 24 hours have done since February. You look at that and you just ask, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? Were you so confident that Donald Trump was going to do the full Netanyahu? And I mean, you and I obviously still have criticisms of what Trump is doing. It's not as though we're like, wow, man, Donald Trump, such a realist. He's really giving the finger to the neoconservatives. No, he did the war. He did the war. But if you're Donald Trump, you're probably looking at Mark Levin now and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have listened to you.
Yes, a lot. You're hearing of that a lot in the Israeli political class.
How the Somalian man, he became $2 millionaire. Who are you talking about? Somal? I don't know who you're talking about.
That Netanyahu sold Trump a bridge.
Yeah.
Trump bought it. And that he's not going to be able to sell Trump any more bridges. And that he's really burned that bridge, in fact. We can put up C4, Amit Siegel, who's... I still,
guys, just watching those people in that refugee camp celebrating that little moment of joy in what must be some of the most oppressed people in the world. These people work in mines for sure. Child labor, the whole shebang. Oh, Omar Atan, yes. He became a millionaire? The referee who wasn't allowed in. The Somali referee. The Somali referee who wasn't allowed into America. He was questioned for 7 hours and he was deported back to Somalia. Flamingo cruise missile? Germany could produce Ukrainian FP5 Flamingo cruise missiles to replace U.S. Tomahawk purchase. Oh, very nice. That's good, eh? Omar Artan. Omar Artan has riz, okay? That guy has major riz. He's just become so famous now. Incredible. What a great man. Awesome to see. But still disappointing that he didn't get to go. I mean, that was his dream, right? That was his moment. That's what he dreams about, is to referee in the World Cup. And this was taken away from him. He'll be there in the next World Cup, I'm sure. He'll be there.
The journalist who was closest to President Trump, to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, posted in Hebrew, which Sagar helpfully translated here.
Claude helped Sagar.
Claude helped Sagar translate, of course. I mean, I'm not claiming Sagar speaks Hebrew.
He got a silver lining, yes.
Finding that the support for Trump is collapsing. Within 3 weeks, he went from what? Plus basically 25 minus 25, give or take a few. Like an absolutely incredible turnaround. Trump hates it when people don't like him.
Yeah.
So as J.D. Vance shares this information with him, I think Trump's position is probably just going to harden on this question. I don't think this is going to soften him. Like, he likes people who like him, dislikes people who dislike him. It's pretty much that simple.
Right.
He was fantasizing recently about maybe he'd run for a prime minister in Israel because he has 99% approval rating over there. That was several weeks ago. I think that his campaign is much less tenable at this point. If he wanted to run. Now, this has actual, I think, practical, real-world implications here, because the domestic politics now inside Israel are going to push not just Netanyahu, but other candidates for president.
Oh, shit! Oh, my gosh. Israel's foreign minister says cutting off contact with EU foreign policy chief Kaja Kallas. Oh, keep going. Keep fucking it all up. Israel, keep fucking it all up. Go. Go. Oh, this is so good. They're going to keep doing this. Oh, I can't wait till Israel just fucks it all up. Oh my gosh, this is so good. One by brick by filthy fucking brick, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my gosh, this is so insane. Oh my gosh. Just dismantle yourself, bro. Do it. Just keep going. Oh my gosh, okay. German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius has said Germany is deploying 2 ships to the Red Sea in preparation for the possible military mission in the Strait of Hormuz, Reuters reports. They're deploying it in the Red Sea? What the fuck are they doing? The Houthis will take care of them, don't worry. Wow.
Prime minister to try to draw daylight between themselves and the United States. For decades, the way that you became prime minister in Israel was to say, I am the most loyal to the president likes me the most, and so I will forge the best relationship with the United States. Like, that was the thing that you would argue. No, and then you'd have your positions for and against the different domestic policies. But when it came to the foreign policy, the idea was, I am the one that can build the relationship.
Guys, I am only supporting African teams. I am only supporting African teams this World Cup. I usually, I'm a Brazil simp. I'm a Brazil simp. Brazil! But this time, I'm going African team. I want an African team in the finals. I want an African team to win the World Cup. I know that's a tough ask with the quality in the European teams, but I'm rooting for African teams. It's on. It's on.
Relationship with the United States. And Netanyahu would always say, just leave the Americans to me. I know how to work the Americans.
Yeah.
Not North African teams. Not North African teams, by the way.
Now, Netanyahu is more popular.
Let's just say Sahel and down. Sahel, down. Okay? Sahel, maybe a little bit like that. Sahel, down.
Than Trump. And Netanyahu is not very popular. So Netanyahu is incentivized to say, I am the one who will stand up to Trump. Then what does he have to do?
What? Morocco are the best African team? What are you talking about? Senegal are the best African team, bro. Senegal beat Morocco in AFCON. Okay, look. Just because they overturned it does not mean Senegal didn't win. Senegal won that. Senegal won AFCON. Yes, Senegal 100%. Morocco isn't the best team. They didn't win AFCON. Come on now.
Something. Does he continue the war in Lebanon? He refuse to withdraw troops?
Yeah.
And then what does Trump do?
Right.
Because If Iran says, well, then that's over our red line, we're attacking Israel, does Trump, now that Netanyahu is fully broken with him, does Trump attack Iran on Netanyahu's behalf if he's out campaigning against him?
Bro, Sammy in motion, have you looked at the European teams? They are studded, like star-studded with African players. Like, African talent is everywhere in European nations. They're the ones scoring goals. They're the ones, like, there are many African players playing, like, African, ethnically, I guess, or players who have their history from the African continent. They are the ones representing Europe right now. This is an African World Cup. Let's be real. Didn't France just beat Senegal? Yeah. I mean, have you seen the French team? It's an African team. It's got, like, African talent, man, and football they're everywhere. Even the African player, the Swedish African player, Swedish African player who scored a goal and set up a goal as well, like, incredible. And the Australian, a refugee. He was a refugee. Came over to Australia as a refugee as a child. Scored a goal in the World Cup. Incredible. This is, Irakunda. Yeah, that guy. This is what Africa is just an incredible place.
Or does Israel now
Japanese
have to wage a war against Iran by itself?
Mm-hmm.
With its, as we reported, they're down to double-digit ballistic missile interceptors. They rely on the U.S. Navy's ballistic missile interceptors. And in order to carry out their bombing runs on Iran, they need refueling help from the U.S. Recently, when they struck Iran, if you notice, they did it from Western Iraq because they couldn't refuel.
Mm-hmm.
That's much more expensive. You're using expensive munitions. The munitions have a lower payload because they have to travel then much further. If you can just fly right over top with a gigantic B-52 B-2 and just drop the heaviest stuff you've got, boom, that's going to have the most impact.
Okay, we watched the COPE. Let's. This is Channel 4, and it literally says it's going down very badly. Trump faces backlash after Iran deal leaked. This is Channel 4.
If you listen to Republican senators or quite a few Israelis, they would say it's America's complete capitulation in the face of Iran's resilience.
The problem for Donald Trump is he's got to sell a deal that is better in his eyes than Barack Obama's deal. The money is a problem for him, and it's going down very, very badly already here. This is a new low, isn't it, for US-Israel relations?
Just like they took pizza, the elite are trying to take football from the working class. Pizza was made by impoverished people, by the impoverished working class in Italy. And football was made by the working class too, because it was easy. It was a ball and you kick it. And what do? The elite just take it from you.
I really think I think the personal relationship between those two, which has been tricky in the past, may have been permanently ruptured.
Hello and welcome to Trump World. I'm Anushka Astana in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Matt Fry in London, currently in almost the same time zone as Donald Trump.
You will get it, Dope Stick, but you won't get Naples-style pizza for cheap in, like, Aotearoa or anywhere else. I mean, we're talking about, like, wood-fired pizzas in New Zealand. You're paying $30 for a pizza, $25, $30 for a pizza, and they're not even that big. Like, Domino's becomes the option, it's Domino's or Pizza Hut or whatever. It's insane. You can't get Neapolitan pizzas for cheap.
Because, of course, he's at the G7 summit in the wonderful Spartan of Evian-les-Bains, named after the mineral water, or rather the mineral water is named after it. The joke is that it's twice as expensive as any other mineral water. So I wonder if Trump likes
totally.
that. He likes the fact that it's such a big deal. But it's been quite a week, hasn't it? One hell of a week, in fact.
It has been one hell of a week. I mean, you couldn't make some of it up. Since we last spoke, they took his name down from the Kennedy Center, much to the glee of anti-Trump crowds who had gathered. And then, of course, we had his 80th birthday. What would you do on your 80th birthday? Erect a giant, grotesque UFC stadium and watch sweaty men wrestling. Is it wrestling or is it fighting? Anyway, it's not for me.
And of course, he's got the power to do it. He was really channeling kind of ancient Rome, wasn't he? He signed a deal with Persia, and at the same time, he organized a gladiatorial ring in front of his palace. I mean, what could be more old school than that?
What could be more old school than that? Exactly. A quick call to the New York Times in the middle of the fight to tell them that the Iran deal had been signed, and then he was on his plane, flew across to Europe, to France, of course, as you were saying, and declared, I'm the boss.
So I've been to New York. I went to New York, how many years ago? I don't know, a few years ago now. It was like a New Zealand government sort of business delegation, I guess. We went to New York. This was when I was still, I hadn't burnt out. When I was probably like 32. I'm 40 now. 33 maybe. Yeah, we were in New York and we had pizza at Italy. And I can tell that is the best pizza I've had. Neapolitan, any pizza. Italy was just so good. That place makes the best pizza. Obviously, Italy would be even better. But for me, that's the best pizza I've tried in my life so far. Italy.
Well, hello. I'm the boss.
He had dinner in the gilded Palace of Versailles.
It's very Mar-a-Lago, that. It reminds him of Mar-a-Lago.
Let's talk about the deal, because it's not exactly the Treaty of Versailles, is it? The leak we have is 14 points.
Fucking Rome,
and already lots of controversy about the money.
Well, hang on a second. You would say it's not the Treaty of Versailles.
Michael's
if you listen
Pizza
to
in
Republican
Napoli?
senators or quite a few Israelis, they would say it's America's complete
that sounds
capitulation
very authentic.
in the face of Iran's resilience. And then listen to hardliners in Tehran. They would tell you that it's complete capitulation for what they have continued to do, especially to the Strait of Hormuz. We'll get to the reality.
There's an Italy in London too. Great place, but expensive. Yeah, it's. What was it I had? I had the quattro formaggi. The quattro formaggi and the margherita. The quattro formaggi.
Reaction later, but basically, there's a lot of stuff in there.
We're going through it bit by bit,
the
Jimmy.
MoU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and to be clear,
hey, Big Daddy
this is not a peace treaty as such. It's just the beginning of something that might then blossom into a peace treaty after during the 60-day ceasefire period. It has 14 points, and it says, here's one which I particularly like.
It's so delicious.
The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs, which is kind of funny when you consider that this whole thing was started in order to bring about regime change. So they won't be meddling with each other. Then there's this interesting thing about money, and this is a bit confusing. Essentially, the US, although not taxpayer money, would invite people, Americans, Gulf Arabs, whoever, it didn't specify, to invest in a $300 billion fund to help the reconstruction of Iran. As Lindsey Graham, the otherwise very loyal Trump-supporting senator from South Carolina, said, this is like giving the Nazis the Marshall Plan while they're still in power.
The only mistake, kia ora, the day room, kia ora. The only mistake with that analogy is the Nazis are the Americans and the Israelis in the analogy and not the Iranians, okay? So let's be clear. They're looking at this from the wrong angle.
Trump then denied and said, well, actually, I wasn't going to give them 300 billion, not a single. In fact, I wasn't going to give them 10 cents. But if you read the actual text, I'm going to just read this out. It's confusing. This is point 6 of the memorandum. The United States undertakes, together with its regional partners, to create a comprehensive plan agreed upon by both parties for the rehabilitation economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. Ensuring financing. What does that mean? The implementation mechanism of this plan is part of it.
There's an Italy in Vegas, and I agree, best pizza I've ever had. Italy, yeah, that was an experience.
Its final agreement will be formulated within 60 days. So I guess what they're trying to say there, it's an incentive scheme. If you undertake some of the other points here, which is like, diluting your enriched uranium, giving the IAEA access to verify that, etc., etc.
Noisy, you're blowing up. So happy for you. Am I blowing up? Why do you think that, Jennifer? I don't think I'm blowing up. Pretty please take every opportunity to drag Lindsey Graham for filth. It's re-election, and I'm confirmed blown.
Then we will give you some of that money. But how that money will be raised, how many Gulf states do you think, Anushka, are willing to give money to the country that has just bombed their facilities? I wonder.
I mean, this is the issue, isn't it? Those countries, and I speak to a lot of their diplomats here in the US, countries, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, and so on, have faced massive damage and are already reeling by the economic fix that they've got to go through. So
I think it's pretty cool, Jennifer. But honestly, like, I'm not humble bragging here or anything. It really doesn't, like, followers and stuff. I don't know. I just don't feel like this is a long-term mission. So I'm pacing myself and not getting too happy about like followers and stuff and likes and all of that shit. It's just a daily sort of, grind. And I'm loving every second of it.
Idea that they're suddenly going to fund this absolutely massive fund without any help from the US seems slightly for the birds. But the problem for Donald Trump is he's got to sell a deal that is better in his eyes than Barack Obama's deal back in 2015. And the big thing he criticized that deal for doing was sending, in his words, pallets of cash over to Iran. So the money is a problem for him, and it's going down very, very badly already here. The idea that America is not going to even give 10 cents, though, seems entirely unrealistic. The other thing is, my comparison with the Treaty of Versailles was not so much about, the content, but the length. That was 428 pages long, 5 centimeters thick. This is a side of A4. The last Iran deal.
So Kaja Kallas has gone back and said, EU foreign policy chief says EU remains committed to constructive ties with Israel. What the fuck does that mean, Kaja? They committed genocide. Or they're committing genocide. And doing lots of bad shit, Kaja. Call them out. Israeli FM Gideon Saar said he was severing all contact with EU foreign policy chief Kaja Kallas over remarks he said were recently attributed to her comparing Israel to apartheid-era South Africa, Reuters reports. She's right. She's right. Israel is as Nelson Mandela's son said, Israel is actually, he believes that Israel is worse than apartheid South Africa. Mandela's son said that Israel is worse than apartheid South Africa, in his view. So, yeah, Kaja didn't even go far enough. Oh, guys, this is a watch party in a high school in Kinshasa, Congo, where families gathered to watch the thing. Are you guys ready for the celebration of a lifetime? gosh. Real deal. This is awesome. Oh man, this stuff, these scenes make me so happy, man. Oh, it's good to have some joy. You know, it's good to have some joy. Oh my gosh. So much crap going on in the world. It's nice to see moments of joy like that. Whew. Oh man.
Okay, U.S. officials have just released details of the Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. and Iran, which is due to be signed by Friday. Now, the agreement says, in part, the U.S. and Iran and their allies declare the immediate and permanent term.
By the way, Africans are hilarious, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. Because everyone's like, you know, there's like a united sort of like Africa supports all African teams, right? So if an African team is playing against, say, a colonizer, then it's going to be that African team they all support. But Africa First, this account, is like, we all are supporting Bafana of South Africa against is it Chechnya? What? Am I reading this? What the fuck? How do I say this country's name? Hold up 1 second. Pronounce. Czechia. Czechia? Czechia. Czech Republic, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to say this pronunciation of it.
The name of this country, also known as the Czech Republic. Czechia.
Czechia.
Czechia. Stress on the first syllable. Czechia.
Czechia. Okay. They changed their name, yeah. So Czechia. Czechia. We all are supporting Bafana of South Africa against Czechia today, right? And this is what the comments look like. South Africa. Africa united for Czechia. Look at this. You and who? Oh my gosh, bro. Oh, the trolling. I stand in solidarity with Africa. God bless African people, but go Czechia. Over our dead bodies. We can't support those animals. Oh my gosh. South Africa is getting so much smoke right now because of what it's doing, man. So much smoke. Nah, bro. We don't want to take their jabs. Who is we, sir? There's no turning back. Bafana will support themselves. I've even always loved Czechia. Oh, shit. This is great. Rest of Africa is supporting. Oh, my gosh, dude.
Termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The U.S. undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction of Iran. The U.S. further undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions. Under the deal, the U.S. is going to begin the removal of its naval blockade. The U.S. further undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of Iran within 30 days. While Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons, the two countries also agree to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to Iran's nuclear deal. Donald Trump says that deal could be signed shortly, after which technical discussions on Iran's nuclear stockpile will begin immediately. And he clarified Iran can only have access to the $300 billion fund, quote, only if they're doing things right. He made those comments at a news conference on the sidelines of a G7 summit in France.
On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%.
I supported opposite on South Africa. Nice. Did he say Hormuz? Did he put a bit of a Spanish lisp at the end? Hormuz? Speaking of South Africa, there is this dude on Instagram who is thinking that he is an African king, even though he's a white South African. He legitimately believes this delusion as well. Like, it's not a grift. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Hormuz? Hold on, let's just...
Achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
I need that. Wait. I need it. I need the clip. Hold up, everybody. I need this clip, okay?
Everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Hold up.
They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
On the basis of what we know so far, Alan, it looks as though the US appears to be giving Iran a tremendous amount on the basis that Iran will simply promise to do what it has always done, which is not to develop any nuclear weapons. How do you think this is going down in the US?
Well, of course, it's just been made public, and we're beginning to see reaction on social media. A lot of people who would be considered allies, supporters of Donald Trump, are hugely critical. They say that this is an American defeat. They don't understand why Donald Trump would agree to this. That comes with the caveat that Donald Trump has said if he doesn't get the deal that he wants with the 60-day negotiation, that could go on, both sides can mutually agree to extend that, then he will resort to bombing again. But many people don't understand exactly what the United States is getting out of this. Remember when he started the war on the 28th of February, he talked about regime change. And now he'll argue that there is a different regime, but the pockets of power are still the same. He urged the Iranian people to rise up and take control. That hasn't happened. And of course, he said that he wanted to end their support for proxies, which he described as terrorists, and also their missile program. That hasn't been addressed. It will be, says the Memorandum of Understanding, but the first issue, the most important issue, is going to be the nuclear program. But in the meantime, a lot of Iranian assets are going to be unfrozen. Some of the limits that have been put on the export of Iranian oil.
Everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from opening the Strait of Hormuz. Opening the Strait of Hormuz, reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Oil by the United States is going to be lifted. The Strait of Hormuz will be toll-free only for 60 days. And of course, the Iranians have been talking with the Omanis about charging so-called service fees. So now it could become expensive for some ships to transfer through the Strait of Hormuz. Marco Rubio said that that would be unacceptable. There are many Republicans who don't see this as a win. There are some who support Donald Trump. They say that only he could have gone.
Is the Strait of Hormuz near Barcelona? Barcelona.
Gotten this deal, but there are many more who are deeply critical. Just one other thing. Donald Trump said one of the drivers for getting this deal was the economy. He's talking about how the stock market has increased, and it has, how the oil price has come down, and it has. But there are many people very angry that the economy would be something that he would consider, given that this was all about a threat, not just to those in the Middle East, but also to the United States itself.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about this is this plan we were talking about, $300 billion that's going to be released by regional partners in order to redevelop parts of Iran as a result, the destruction as a result of the war that the US and Israel.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Valencia.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Brother, you okay? Nah, bro. This is, we're getting to that stage, you know.
Began. This is something that is going to cause problems, I would imagine, for Donald Trump in the way that he describes this. Because if I understand it correctly, Alan, this is money that is Iran's to begin with and had been frozen as assets. And of course, Donald Trump criticized the Obama administration for doing exactly what it appears as though is going to happen now, back in 2015 after the JCPOA, releasing Iranian cash back to the Iranian.
What are we talking? He tried? He said it like wrong. I think it's Hormuz, like M-O-Z. Or, like, there's no lisp at all, Schlongy. Like, he just said it completely wrong. He just lost control of his tongue, I think.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Ooh. Hormones. Hormones, princess. Oh, my gosh. He sounds like me trying to order some bruschetta or bruschetta. It might sound just a little different every time, yeah. By the way, do we think EU is on the same path of decline as the US? Yeah, I'm going to talk about it after this.
Iranians.
Well, J.D. Vance has been doing the rounds
Hormuz,
of the American
yeah.
TV stations over the last 24, 48 hours, and he's obviously been asked about the deal. And he has said, look, the money will be released as the Iranians meet targets. And from my first reading of the Memorandum of Understanding, that absolutely seems to be the case, that there are benchmarks that have to be met and then more money will be released. But let me read you something that a Republican has sent to me. He said, we've heard about the Memorandum of Understanding and we were told that what was likely to be in it. This is not as bad as expected. It's worse. Much worse. And so they believe
this is not as bad as I expected. It's worse. Much worse. Oh.
That this was not a good deal, that Donald Trump essentially spent close to $1 billion on weapons, bombed Iran, alienated support in the Middle East, perhaps upset a number of allies, including the Europeans. And the deal that they got, according to one Republican, is worse than the deal that Obama negotiated. As you say, Donald Trump will be stung by criticism that this is a worse deal than Obama got. But he believes...
We did it, Joe. We did it.
That, as he said in his news conference, this is about building a wall. He said Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. This is building a wall. They will not get there. And so the next 60 days become very important after the Memorandum of Understanding is signed. J.D. Vance will lead the US delegation, but with 60 days to get a deal done, the clock will be ticking a great deal louder, knowing the criticism back home for what appears to be this Memorandum of Understanding and what many Republicans fear is a victory for Iran.
What?
Appears to be this Memorandum of Understanding and what many Republicans standing is signed. J.D. Vance will lead.
Oh, J.D. Vance?
This is building a wall. They will not get there. And so the next 60 days become very important after the Memorandum of Understanding is signed. J.D. Vance will lead the US delegation, but with 60 days to get a deal done, the clock will be ticking a great deal louder, knowing the criticism back home for what appears to be this memorandum of understanding and what many Republicans fear is a victory for Iran.
That's our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, live at the White House. There, Alan, thank you very much indeed.
You were going to say Titty Vance?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh my gosh, bro. He's such a fucking joke.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, shit. Oh my gosh, dude. Hey, Souls, welcome. Oh man. Could we convince JD Vance need to make a model of a real estate with Legos? Yeah. Losses don't matter to Trader Trump. His oil cronies made trillions in profits, including BFF Putin. Yeah, the oil industry made a lot of money, but the oil industry also, I think, has been put on the clock right now because it caused a lot of demand destruction. So I think the move to renewable energy is going to pick up pace now. There's a real business case, a real business case, other than just, saving the environment, which would be enough, but more about energy independence. That's the business case now. It's like, yeah, we have to move away from oil to become independent. That's going to be, you're going to hear that a lot from around the world. Before, the business case was, we need to save the planet, but that wasn't good enough for countries. Now, energy independence is the real deal. They'll start. Bro, you're making me laugh so much. My customers in my cab think I'm mad.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh my gosh. Oh, dude. Yeah, so I think that's the biggest change here is going to be the mass migration, if I can put it that way, to renewable energy from oil and gas. Okay, so the next segment is going to be Europe's deportation. Okay? Europe's deportation crap that it's doing. I want to cover South Africa's 1 billion BRICS deal. I'll do that after this. But let's talk about what Europe is doing. Let me just bring up a video of this vote because it is disgusting. And you all need to see what white supremacy is really about. Okay? This is what Europe stands for. And you won't unsee it. You can't unsee it once you listen to this. So there was a vote today, or a few hours ago, where Europe voted on like detention hubs or return hubs, as they're calling it. Return hubs named like an Amazon package being returned back to an Amazon warehouse, but actual human beings. They're called return hubs, and Europe is setting them up in partner nations, in Africa in particular, in Algeria, Tunisia, places like that, to deport asylum seekers and migrants too. Basically, what Europe is doing here is extending its borders. It's extending its borders beyond European borders and setting up deals with third parties to oppress migrants, put them in detention camps. These people are being displaced, okay? These people are being displaced by the actions of capitalism, with the core of it being white supremacy and Western hegemony, these people are being displaced because of the actions of the West. And yet the West is putting up a wall and saying, we'll take your resources, we'll have your labor for cheap, but we won't let you into our borders, even if the reason why you want to leave is because of our actions. Okay? So this is the vote, and listen to what they're saying.
Adopted. The first reading of Parliament is closed. Okay, we move to the next item on the agenda, the report by Mrs. Brigmont on the EU-Pakistan Agreement modification of concessions on tariff rate quotes. Vote on consent by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. We move to the... It's adopted.
So, after they voted for this criminal policy, this doesn't go well with international law, okay? This breaks international law, but they'll do it anyway. But what those people were chanting was send them back. They were chanting send them back after they passed this. This is the imperial core, or I guess baby imperial core. The real imperial core is in the White House. But this is like, the scrotum of the imperial machine, the EU. This is what it's doing. The vote passed. If you look at this, the vote passed. There was 666 votes. Ominous. 666 votes. 418 voted yes, and 218 voted no. 30 abstained. 418 voted yes. This is supposed to be the representation of the European Union, of Europe. And they just voted to send asylum seekers and migrants to concentration camps. Not even in Europe. They'll deport them into third countries where there is no guarantee that they'll be treated humanely. And if you look at Libya, for example, these people are treated like shit in Libya. That chart tells you everything you need to know about EU politics right now. This is white supremacy. If you don't understand what you just witnessed, this is what systemic racism looks like. When you can implement policy to basically target one group of people. This is targeting people from the global south, brown and black people. That's who this is targeting, who are being displaced because of Europe's crimes, Europe's exploitation. And they are the ones who are blocked. America's already doing this, by the way. America's already doing this. America's refugee status right now are white South Africans. 99% of the refugees over the last year have been white South Africans. This is racism. This is white supremacy. And you're seeing it happen on a large scale. You can't deny any of this anymore. Okay? They are treating human beings like cattle. And unless things like this change, I am telling you right now, the world is about to face the largest displacement and migration moment ever because of global warming, because of climate change. It is going to cause people to move. And it's going to be millions of people, if not billions of people moving at the same time. And the world is just not ready for this. This is what the EU is doing right now. It's building proxy walls. And guess who contributes the most to climate change? It's the West. The West has been the biggest contributor to climate change. 95% has been contributed by the West. And yet, the people most affected in the global South it's horrific, guys. It's horrible. It's horrible. What the West is doing right now is mass murder. This is worse. This is the Holocaust times a million. Tens of millions, potentially billions of people at risk of dying because of these sorts of policies. And yet, Europe won't do shit to help these people. It's fucking insane, honestly.
Sorry.
European lawmakers gave final approval Wednesday to tougher migration rules that will grant authorities much broader detention powers and allow for the creation of deportation centers outside the bloc. The 418 to 218 vote in Strasbourg was one of the last hurdles for a reform that has sailed through the...
Just remember, the empire are the future refugees. The empire are the future refugees. Remember moments like this. Remember moments like this.
EU's notoriously long legislative process as Brussels and member states respond to political pressure to curb migration. The vote was welcomed by cheers and calls of send them back by far-right parliamentarians. That prompted the left of the assembly to chant shame on you in response, underscoring deep divisions over
simple
text
numpty.
severely
I did
criticized by human rights groups. The text notably enables nations to open return hubs outside the EU's borders where migrants with no right to stay could be sent, something one group of countries is raring to do.
I think this is the most disgusting and vile thing that I've seen in such a long time. Just knowing that over 1,000 asylum seekers just this year have drowned in the Mediterranean looking for a better life because of the conditions created by the West. Capitalism. Because it's just exploitation of these communities. Over 1,000 people, folks, have drowned in the Mediterranean this year so far. It's fucking disgraceful. It's mass murder. It's happening without Europeans even understanding what their governments are doing. They don't even see it. It's mass fucking murder. No other way to put it. Okay? But it's coming. You know? These things will not go. These things will not go unnoticed by the world. These things will not go unnoticed by the world. White supremacy is on check. White supremacy is in its final phase. And it will destroy itself from the inside. It will destroy itself from the inside, as Donald Trump is doing right now. And trust me, when these people become refugees, they will not behave the same way. It's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And Europeans, you should be very aware of what your governments are doing. You should become very educated about what your governments are doing. It's very important. They are carrying out mass atrocities all the time. In your name. Okay. This is why the world is changing right now. And this is a really key shift, okay? This is South Africa secures 1 billion from BRICS Bank for urban infrastructure. So they receive the amount of $1 billion US for urban infrastructure development.
The new development bank has approved $1 billion for South Africa's infrastructure upgrades. The funds will support investment in the provision of essential urban services, including water and sanitation, electricity and solid waste management in 8 South African municipalities, Reuters reported, citing a statement from the bank. The benefiting municipalities are Johannesburg, Cape Town, Buffalo City, eKurhuleni, eThekwini, Mangaung, Nelson Mandela Bay and Tshwane. South Africa's infrastructure gap was estimated at between $254 to $329 billion for 2022-2030, according to the bank.
So the new development bank, NDB, has approved $1 billion US for South Africa's infrastructure upgrades. The funds will support investment in the provision of essential urban services, including water supply and sanitation, electricity and solid waste management in 8 South African municipalities, Reuters reported, citing a statement from the bank. The benefiting municipalities are Johannesburg, Buffalo City, Cape Town, eKurhuleni, eThekwini, Mangaung, Nelson Mandela Bay, and Tshwane. Sadly, India is also doing concentration camps to deport marginalized groups. Yes. Bangladesh and Bengalis and Rohingya. NBD was set up in 2015 by BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It mainly lends to infrastructure projects as energy, roads, and ports. South Africa's infrastructure gap was estimated at between 254 to 329 billion for 2022 and 2030, according to the bank. Guys, remember, this is the structure of capitalism, okay? This is the structure of capitalism. When people say things like, oh, you know, the global south has slavery, or the global south has, you know, displacement at large amounts. The global south's governments also, you know, displace people, like Na said here about India. These are all like side effects of a capitalist system that extracts from the global south to the west. This is how money flows. It flows from the global south to the west. This is how money flows. This is what capitalism is about. It's about extraction, particularly from the global south. So within this system, we are seeing all of this displacement happen for various reasons, because it's not profitable to look after these people. Because it means looking after these people will lower profits. So, in order to solve this problem globally, we have to address the core problem, which is capitalism itself. But what people misunderstand about capitalism, well, there are two big things, okay? Capitalism and commerce are usually conflated. So people are like, oh, capitalism made your computer or capitalism made your phone. No, labor made my phone and trade got my phone over here. What capitalism did, by the way, commerce is going to exist whether capitalism exists or not. Commerce existed before capitalism. Commerce will exist after capitalism. What capitalism is a very small part, which is about exploitation of labor for profit. Capitalism is about exploitation of labor for profit. That is what capitalism is. And where did this system come from? Where is this system coming from? This system came from European colonization. The current system of capitalism we have is derived directly or is European colonization itself. European colonization got labeled capitalism. The word capitalism was invented in 1850 to describe what Europe was doing at the time by a French socialist. Okay, so European colonization itself has rebranded itself to what is modern day capitalism. So capitalism extracts wealth from the global south and concentrates it in the west, in the global north. It concentrates it there. That model is what European colonization was all about. And it continues today under the umbrella of capitalism. Okay, so what you're seeing in displacement in Bengal, what you're seeing with the displacement of Rohingya, what you're seeing with the displacement of African people, what you're seeing is with the displacement of people from West Asia, i.e. the Middle East, is all to do with this one system of capitalism. It's about exploiting labor and creating conditions for that labor that just become so oppressive that labor starts to move. These people are workers. These people are the people in sweatshops, in mines, in oil fields, they're building buildings in the Middle East. This is what the structure of modern slavery looks like. It's all capitalist based. Modern slavery contributes $230 billion in profit every single year. $230 billion of profit every single year. So capitalism is driving. Capitalism, European colonization, white supremacy is the system that drives this behavior. Okay? And wherever you see these sorts of displacement, it's occurring within this system. In India, it happens because we have house curries. Because we have Indian people who have sold their soul to gain proximity to whiteness, in the hopes that one day white privilege will rub off on them. People like Narendra Singh Modi, people like the Indian billionaires who exploit their own population to be able to hang out with the rich white people of the world. This is the global South mindset. We have people who have allowed themselves to be conscripted into positions of power that seek to maintain the oppressive status quo, which is what Ruha Benjamin said so well in her speech. We have lots of them. We have house curries. We have every global South culture has people like this who will shamelessly exploit their own fucking people so that they could have adjacency to whiteness. It's fucking pathetic. Because that's what they value. It validates them. And they become part of that system. They become the tokens who help the system thrive. Don't tokenize yourselves, folks. Comprador class, yeah. Don't tokenize yourselves. If you see yourselves becoming a token that is a brown face, stereotypically in a room full of white faces, you got to wonder why you're there. Always. Always. You have to think why you're there. Are you there because of your skills? Or are you there because, you add some sort of diversity that's nice for the brand? Always ask yourself that. This is why we are in the situation we're in. It is a white supremacist global structure that has created oppressive structures that have just created so much pain and suffering. But we're starting to see chinks in the armor. We're starting to see significant chinks in the armor. The Strait of Hormuz is a great example. The Strait of Hormuz is a great example of one of those chinks, significant chinks in the armor. We're also seeing the Asian markets start to rise, particularly with China's growth and the ability for China to sanction the West by stopping exports of rare earth minerals, which it did against the US. These are all really massive developments, guys. But as massive as these developments are, we have to keep speaking about the bad shit, unfortunately. 1,000 people this year have drowned in the Mediterranean. And some idiot came into the chat and said it's a suicide. It wasn't done by Europeans. That it was mass suicide. Only whiteness can do this. Only whiteness, white supremacy can say something like that about 1,000 people who have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea. And then you say it was a suicide mission. It's dehumanization. It's dehumanization of brown and black people. That's why it's so important to dismantle white supremacy. White supremacy is a core cause of so much of this bullshit pain and suffering. Anyway. It's fucking sad, guys. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to head out. Hey, who are we rating? Twitch, who are we rating? Let's rate somebody. Let's rate somebody we haven't rated before. If possible. struggle? Yeah, we can raid struggle. Are there any small streamers who are keen to have a raid? Any small streamers that you guys know who are keen for a raid? We should support some small streamers if there are any. Kia ora, Kia ora, Amelia. I said that a bit late. Zekchap, Kairos, we raided them. We raided Kairos many times. We raided Zekchap. I'm very small. How about we do Zekchap, eh? Because we got to get Zekchap to partner. We got to get Zekchap to partner, okay? Let's get Zekchap to partner. Let's go. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me. It's just fucking sad to see all of these people being treated like animals. I hope we can have an impact on it by speaking about it and by spreading the news. I really do. It's fucking tragic, honestly. What time is it for me? It's almost midnight. It's 11:45. Thank you so much, folks. Good night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Rest up. Catch you again. 7:47 a.m. Nice. Good night, folks. Okay, Raiders, get ready. In 3, 2, 1. Please say hi to Zekchap for me. Enjoy the raid, folks. Zekchap's awesome. Okay. Why this is not talk? Kakite, everybody. Kakite Pomarie. Spirit Aries, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. No fixed address. Kakite, everyone. Pomarie. Please take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night, family. Yeah, we're going to talk more about it, Spirit Aries. We're going to talk a lot more about it. Don't worry. We're talking about it, so we're not going to let it go. We're not going to let it go. Kakite, everybody. Pomarie.